All right, recording is live. We skipped the dissertation on the
Tutors
deliciousness of Tudor's
biscuits.
biscuits.
In
Hey,
this
can
in
we
this
let our viewers
season.
know real quick, if anybody does watch this, you should go to Tudor's Biscuit World. It's incredible. If you find yourself in West Virginia, North Carolina, maybe even Florida now, I'm not entirely sure. Stop by.
Markville, Ohio. This episode is sponsored by Tudor.
Yeah,
All
if,
right,
if you
that's all.
need comfort food and eventually the shits, Tudor's
And
Biscuit World.
immediately the shits.
Do you like eating plaster but don't want it to taste like plaster?
It's just like,
Okay.
Oh god.
So, when last we saw our heroes, the Trollskull Six had kicked their door down and busted into the Stronghold of the Faithful, and are in the midst of a grueling battle, fighting for every foot they take in the sort of central hallway that runs down the middle of this castle. They have slain, I believe, 19 of the occupants, several of which were very tough and heavily armed. Pop out the combat tracker here. We are in the 9th round. And things have kind of slowed a bit. I cannot get the effect to stay on here and color the canvas, but there are two pillars blocking part of the hallway off, as Kitri had raised some pillars of stone to the ceiling.
I see a green thing.
Do you guys see the squares?
Is that
Okay,
not
they're
what
just not showing up on mine. I can see the
Okay.
outline of the
They're
box
on
that I
mine.
drew, but not the colors. Good.
Yeah, I see the green and the outline. I see both.
Awesome. So, I believe at the end of the last round, Kitri had transformed into her Mossheart form and just began splattering people and has moved to the north end of the hall. The rest of you are kind of coming up to join her at this point, having slain all the opposition behind you. And it brings us to the top of the round with Birdie.
Okay, so I believe my guy got killed, right? The two archers behind us are dead.
Yes.
So I'm no longer
Everyone behind you
concentrating
is
on
dead.
slow.
Okay, I got it. Done.
Thank you. Okay, interesting. And I see this boy up here this guy's also dead. Wow, a lot of bodies. Okay. Tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Can I move there?
Mhm.
Okay, there's Galatar. Okay, interesting. So a couple people over there. Huh. And what I will do is I'll take my Inquest Persuader at the blind person.
Okay, he's got a little bit of cover because there's this hulking.
I think everybody's got a
trunk
little
of
bit
a
of
beast,
cover,
like-
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make your attack roll.
18.
And he is. That hits. That just barely hits. You just managed to weave it past Kitri as she's sort of shambling through this space in the hall.
Right, but
force
9 force damage.
is exactly what he had left.
Oh, baby.
Force pulse boom, slams into him, just knocks him back flat on the floor, dead.
Okay, and then I will move back out if I can. Actually, I'll just move further into the hall, into this room, if I can get like there. Yeah, that's perfect. Because now I can't see them; they can't see me. So I'm kind of ducking into this room. So got some cover.
All right. That brings it to these archers, who are going to retreat a ways. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 and kind of spread apart a little bit, and each of them are just going to try to attack Kitri. They cannot take aim because they moved. 11, I think, is not your AC.
Does not hit.
Yeah. And then he is going to try. That will hit with a dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits.
Take 9 piercing damage.
Okay.
I think there is this guy. Okay. I think all the others are dead, so that is
Also, were they within 15 feet of me? The people who moved? Before they moved?
for about 5 feet, so yeah, they'd have to move 1 square closer.
Yeah, because I still have that. I was scrolling through, I was trying to remember what I was concentrating on, and it's Guardian of Nature.
Yeah, you're creating difficult terrain as with each step, the leafy tendrils of your claws and fingers and other parts of your body slither out across the floor, grasping at creatures nearby. So that brings
Which
it
means
to...
you do need to make a con check.
Oh, yeah.
yes, you do. It's
With
just DC
advantage,
10.
right?
I believe
Oh,
so.
yes,
I believe
because
that's
From
part
your
of the
thing?
spell.
Oh,
yeah, I think
yes.
it is part of the spell,
Constitution
yeah.
saving throws with advantage. Thank you, Chandler. Ooh, both 13s.
Yeah, you're good.
Cool.
More than enough.
That is, I think... Yeah, let's turn... Wow, okay. Things fighting me today. Alright. Galatar.
Okay. I need to move out of here so I can actually see what's going on. So it's 10 feet.
Well, you kind of... Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can I can go through Keytree's space because she's friendly, but it's difficult terrain for each space I go through. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Then as I'm still in the room before I actually come out, I'm going to go ahead and cast Greater Invisibility on myself as my action this turn because I don't think I'm going to be able to reach anybody.
Okay.
So I'll do that. And then I'm going to go, so it'd be 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, that put me in her space, doesn't it?
You're still
Okay.
hasted.
Oh, I am. Thank you. I am hasted. I forgot. So 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. Let's stop here so I can see what the heck's down. Oh my God,
As
that's
you
so
start
many
sprinting
more
around,
people.
you see that to your left, just behind one of the stone pillars, is one of the heavily armed guards bracing himself. And as you come around the corner, there's another heavily armed guard who takes a swing at you with a ready to action.
At disadvantage.
Yeah, that's not going to hit. So as he swings, you just kind of slide underneath the blade, and you can see he is waiting around this corner. And as you look past him, you see that there are 6 of the unarmed, heavy, brutish-looking guys, 2 more of the heavily armored and armed soldiers, and then behind them all is another gold-plated justiciar who's just standing there, like holding his weapon over one shoulder, and he sees you. Come get some.
Well, I visibly flip him off, but he can't see that. So I guess I'll just yell back and let the others know there's one Justicia left on this hallway. And then I'm going to, since this guy just used his reaction to take an attack at me, right? This
yes, he did
boy
just
here.
use his reaction.
Cool. So 60, 65, 70, 75. Let's go, because I want to be... Sorry,
Is the
I need to...
difficult terrain thing around Keytree for everybody, or is that only enemies?
Enemies.
Only for
Just
enemies.
Okay.
So that's 50 feet away. Okay. So
I placed myself there intending to be able to like take the hits. I did not think people would be trying to move through me.
Okay, I will end my turn there.
Okay. Let's see. So on their turns, let's see. These guys are going to move forward, try to hit Keytree. move this corpse out of my way so I don't have to see it. Uh, 19, I think will hit.
That
That
hits.
takes 11 slashing damage.
Okay.
11 misses. 11 misses. So he's trying to hit you, and he just can't find purchase between the stone pillar on one side and his friend trying to also attack you. His friend rolls a nat 1. A 13, I don't believe hits.
Nope.
God damn. And a 21 for 7 slashing damage.
Okay.
So that is 2 concentration saves you need to make
Okay.
with advantage.
Let's go here. That first one is a 19.
Definitely saves. Just looking
And
for
the
a 10.
second one is a Oh
yeah. All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30. These guys start sprinting forward, looking around for Galatar. They can't see him. And then they stop. You watch as they both raise their blades, and they are currently on the lookout. Let's see. Guys. I think that's all of them. You guys have taken out most of these people. Alright. And... okay, that means... where is... so what would he... okay. Galatar, I need you to make an insight check.
That's a 9 for an 8.
Okay. So as you're rounding these corners, you're seeing like all of these people are so well prepared. And the way that you have been taunted by the confessor, the pieces don't fit. And as those whispering, eerie voices at the back of your mind go silent, it occurs to you, Roland had to be involved. This has to be an inside job. You're certain of it. You believe it. Brina.
Yes, hello, that is me. Okay. Okay, all right. I cannot occupy the same space as Keytree, and can I pass through enemy spaces? That's a no, or is it difficult terrain?
Not through enemy spaces.
Cool.
Although, there is an optional action. You can try to, I think, use a bonus action to overrun them and just like bull your way through their space. Yes.
What are the chances that I'm able to pass through Keytree space and then pop out like right here? Or is that in a stone killer?
You could do that because it's diagonal from her if you can get through her space as well.
Yeah, what I am gonna do is use my bonus action to become the wolf, and that I believe will give me enough movement to get there.
55 feet of movement.
Oh, fuck me. That will not give me enough movement to get there. Interesting. What I am gonna do is just move forward, and then am I able to throw a javelin through Keytree?
Yeah, you can try to throw past her. They just have like half cover. It just gives them like a +2 to their AC.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool. I will do that. And I'm gonna reckless attack. Because it can.
Yeah, 27 hits.
Cool, groovy, boogie.
Which guy are you throwing at, left or right?
The right one. Let's do that.
Okay.
Am I able to draw another one? I always forget. I'm sorry, guys.
Not if you drew that one on this turn.
Okay, I drew that one on this turn, and I'll go ahead and draw another 2. And that will be my decrepit little turn.
So if you want to draw another weapon, you have to do that on your next turn.
JK. I will one day learn the rules to that, but today's not going to be that day, and so that will be my crunchy decrepit little turn. And
all right,
thank you. I'm gonna have to restart my computer because my audio is crunchy. But I'll be back.
Alrighty.
Later.
Let's see these guys. Do their thing. Alexa, you're up.
I'm gonna run. Well, no. First, they need to make dexterity saves as I attempt to coat them in a little splash of acid.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna run up
30.
5, 10, 15, 20, and get up beside the pillar.
Both fail.
Cool. They both take 7 acid damage.
All right.
Well, shitty splashity. That was a really shitty damage roll, but
The guy on the right, as he puts his shield up, Keytree is like harrowing him. He gets a spear jutted through it, kind of knocks him against the wall, and he's trying to fight to keep his balance. You splash it right in his face, and he starts screaming, trying to scrape it off. He is looking badly hurt. The other guy is also hurt, but the guy on the right is looking really rough.
Good. All right, and that ends my turn. Just all snuggled up there.
Okay. Galatar, you see this Justiciar at the end of the hall raise his weapon and just shout, "Charge!" Go ahead.
I wanted to do one more thing, because last time we had heard Galatar ask the Confessor in all of our heads, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I just want to think, using my, the feeling that I'm familiar with telepathy, but then projecting it out to everyone. Is this what it's like to be in everyone's head at once?
What the fuck?
That's all.
So have all of us been hearing these whispers, or only some people?
You guys have all been hearing the Confessor speak.
Right.
You all have this eerie sense of being followed.
Okay.
Only Chandler has heard the whispers.
Gotcha.
Does everybody else also have the eye thing, or is that only Galatar too? Like feeling like somebody else is looking through their eyes and stuff?
No, that's only you.
Okay, cool.
Have we also heard what Galatar is saying to the Confessor? And now what Alexa is saying? Okay.
Yeah. So the Justiciar shouts charge, and the unarmed brutes in front of him just start hauling ass down this hallway. 2 of them cannot move further, but 2 of these guys in the back will move up. And that you you guys hear charge, and you hear the pounding of feet on stone. Let's see, he will go 5, 10, 15, 20. And move there. And he will take the dodge action. Brings it to Kala, and Keytree's on deck.
Bonus action, take aim, and I'm shooting the guy on the right.
Okay. Yeah, that is. He's dead.
31 damage.
You super killed him. I think he had like 5 hit points left.
Probably should have shot the other guy. But
It's Kitri is like trying to slam these guys, and her tendrily root-like protrusions are scattering everywhere. This guy's just getting battered all to hell, splashed with acid. A spear goes through his shield, and then there's just a kunk as the arrow just straight through the helmet. He just crumples down in front of Kitri. Which brings it to Kitri's turn. You watch one guy in front of you just crumple under this assault. The other guy's batting away attacks and just trying to scrape acid off of his armor right now.
Well, I would like to go ahead and attack the left guy, left shark. Also, I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the... It says that I make wisdom and dexterity attack rolls with advantage. Would how do I know what the Moss Heart's slam attack is based in?
A slam attack is a strength attack.
Okay, that's all I needed clarifying on. So I rolled a 24 and he takes 18 points of damage.
You slam into this guy. Like, one of your massive trunk-like arms grabs onto the guy's head and just smashes him like you're standing on top of an aluminum can.
And then I would like... Oh, he dead?
Yeah, no, you
cool.
crumple him to the ground. Yeah.
I move 5, 10.
Like, if a tree falls on you in the castle, do you live? And the answer is no.
20.
And as you round this corner, you can now see this crowd of people running toward you. And you heard Galatar run past, so you know he's around somewhere, even though you can't see him.
All right,
tell
that
us
is as
to.
far as I want to move. Can I let out a real big roar? Just be angry, I guess, as much as she can, because she's not a barbarian. I don't know. Does that scare
Absolutely.
anyone? Does it scare anyone enough to maybe poop their pants?
Make a insight check
Brown note check.
as you're looking around.
That's a 16.
Ooh.
16. So as you look north, you've got these 2 archers who are backing away and trying to fire as rapidly as they can, eyes wide with fear. The crowd of people coming down the hall from your east, the 2 kind of heavily armored guys have their weapons up, and they look not as terrified, although they see you rounding this corner, and you acknowledge that they kind of hesitate a moment, acknowledging the threat that you pose. The other guys running up behind them have no weapons, and you see a couple of them kind of skitter to a stop. Whoa, what the hell is that? Yes, these people are certainly intimidated. And you all see Kitri kind of squash this one guy and then start kind of galloping forward on all fours. She stops, turns, and then bellows. And you guys can just hear this primal sound bouncing off the walls.
That's my turn.
Good turn.
Awesome.
Alright, so... Yeah. This round goes by and you hear nothing from the Confessor. Which brings it to Bertie.
All right. Well, let's start with a little bit of movement. I'm going to do 5 feet there. Okay, and I see these 2 boys down there. And then I really don't know where Galatar had gone. But I guess I had heard noises of like people coming from around this corner, yeah?
Yeah, you can hear people running and shouting. Which actually I can...
I tell you what. How's everybody looking? I can do a little healing. I will yeah, I'm just gonna come over here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, I'm going to come to right there, and I will cast a first level Cure Wounds on Alexa.
Okay.
Butts on these dice.
Well, thanks,
That's
pretties.
6 healing now. Yeah, the small ones gotta stick together.
I take a couple arrows to darts.
Mm-hmm. And that will be my turn now.
Okay.
Let the big people do the fighting. Yeah, I will say he'll also look at Brina as like, what the fuck are you doing behind here? Go, go.
Sorry, I had to restart my computer. It couldn't run any faster.
Oh god,
The,
she's hallucinating.
Archers in leather armor are going to retreat from Keytree. One of them gets kind of tangled and has to spend a little extra movement. They are going to try to attack her again. 16 hit?
That just hits.
Okay. So that is 12 piercing damage.
Oof.
That was a good hit for him. And then a 13 does not hit for the other.
Nope.
Move this guy over here. Okay.
Oh! Well, that is a 20 for my con save.
All right, you maintain your concentration. That brings it to these guys. Okay. So on their turn. Oh, let's see. They will move forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. As these guys start to move in to surround Galatar. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Isn't he invisible?
He is, but he is not hidden. So they can hear him, they can smell him. 20, 5, 10, 15, 20. This guy will go here, and this guy will go here. So Keytree, this actually pinpoints for you, because you can't see Galatar either. You hear him moving in the hallway, but these guys kind of circle around him. You can see them kind of sensing out where he is. And they are going to try to grab him. So, Galatar, if you want to make an acrobatics check.
Yeah, didn't these guys already go once after I went?
They use their reaction to move
Oh,
down the hallway a little
to
bit.
move again. Okay. And then I need to make an acrobatics check.
Yes.
That's 14 plus 7 for 21.
Okay. They're probably going to get you because there's so many of them. So this guy rolls another one, and I'm pretty sure this is going to get you. So go ahead and make an acrobatics check. This guy rolled a 28 on his athletics.
Almost
Almost a nat 20.
But if they're using the reaction to move further, can they grapple me too?
They use their reaction when the Justiciar said charge. They use
Oh,
their
I
reaction
see.
to move. So this is their turn. So now
Got
they
you.
move,
That's
so
why I
they
was
have their
confused.
actions.
Oh yeah, it's only a 16.
Alright, so you are grappled. You're going to have just all the status markers on your token.
Check.
So that guy, and then this does not give them any sort of advantage. Nope. Okay, that one is going to hit. And so as they start, one guy manages to get a hold of you. He's like, "Oh, I got him! Get him, boys!" And they just start like swinging. Oh, but it is a disadvantage because, yes, because you are invisible. So
Yeah, but they have me surrounded, so if they're flanking, don't they get advantage? So wouldn't it just cancel?
that is true.
Yeah.
Now, not all of them get it, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. So this is gonna hit
If it looks like it's going to hit, I'll cast shield to bump my AC to 28.
28. Okay. Right, because it's 23 with haste.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So this one does not hit. Does not hit. You know, they actually might not do a lot of damage to you here because that's a crazy good AC. 1, 2, 3. Nope.
I knew Galatar was going to be reckless.
1, 2, 3. This guy is not at advantage. Disadvantage. 1, 2. A lot of nat ones. 3. Yeah, a couple of them are rolling like 24 to 26, and they're just not able to do it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, despite being grappled, there's just this flurry of strikes coming in at you. And the first one is that you see it coming towards your face, even though they don't know it. You put up the shield and it deflects the blow. It actually kind of like hits the shoulder of his friend who's grabbing you. It's like, oh, watch it! And it's like watching The Matrix. Just bullet time, just boom, 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 as you're dodging out of the way of these flurry of fists. That is the last of that. Which brings it to your turn.
Which one has me grappled?
The one above you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take my first attack against him with my green flame blade.
Cool.
That is only going to be a 17 to hit.
That hits. These guys are
Okay.
wearing no armor, so their AC is 13.
Oh, well, that's real great. Damn it. Okay, so that's a 1 + 4 for the piercing damage. So 5 points of piercing damage to that guy. And then 5, 6, 11 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And the guy immediately to the left of him for me takes 1, 6, 7 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go ahead and take my extra attack against that same guy. That's going to be a 17 + 8, so that'll hit.
Definitely.
8 on the damage die, so that's 12 points of damage. And then I'm going to use my extra action to make another blade attack against that guy. That is only a 12 to hit, so that does not hit because I rolled a 4.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll be my turn because I'll save my spell slots that I have.
Absolutely. This guy holding you, it's like he gets buffeted around as his buddies are trying to land blows, and he can feel you squirming, and he does not expect it as you come at him now with a suddenly glowing blade. A couple of quick slices. He's hurt. That was a hefty couple of hits for him. Alright, so that brings it to the heavily armed guys. Let's see. They will 30. Yeah. Alright, so one guy is going to run in here and try to join this fracas. The other guy is going to run up towards Keytree and try to get some hits in. We'll do that one first.
Does he have
15.
enough movement to get all the way to me? Because he does have to move. Like if he's moving the full 15 feet, that is 30 feet
30.
of movement right there.
Yeah, no, he can get 2 here. It's a good point. I keep forgetting that. I need to put something on you.
And do we have an aura mod? Can we have
I do
auras?
have simple aura.
Yeah.
5,
that would
10,
probably-
15. Hang on a minute. Edit.
We don't have any paladins where we'd usually be having auras out.
5, 10. Yeah, that'll do.
There it is. Yeah, that
Yeah.
works.
Okay. So he cannot get in. Actually, well, fuck it, doesn't matter. So the other guy is going to attempt to hit Galatar. Advantage for flanking is a straight roll. Does not hit. Does not hit. That one does not hit. Damn, dude. At this point, Keetree, you hear as a door behind you opens in the hallway, and two more of these heavily armed guards rush out, just shouting like generic battle cries, like, "Get the monster!"
Ryan, at the end of my turn, could I have also thought something to the confessor? I meant to do that as well.
Sure.
I wanted to think to him, I don't know how you turn to my father, but I will stop both of you if we have to. And that'll be all I wanted to say.
Cool. Yeah. Let's see. So this guy will attempt to hit. 13 does not hit. 15 does not hit. 19 will hit. So your Moss Heart form takes 17 slashing damage. 25 to hit will hit.
Okay, well, after that first hit, this first 17 points would have dropped
Okay.
my Moss Heart form, and so Keetree would take 5 points of that. And then the next one, what did you say it was? It's like 25?
To hit, yeah.
That absolutely hit. Hold on, let me make a con check for that first one.
Must be.
Oh. I think that's it for the Guardian of Nature too.
Oh,
Yep.
All right. So the
Damn,
vines
that sucks.
disappear.
all in one go.
Yeah.
It's kind of an epic moment in that regard.
Yeah.
Just not in
They're
our
really
favor.
starting to pull all the stops out now because they are terrified. So that was the first attack of the second guy.
Mm-hmm.
Second attack is a 19, which I believe is your AC as
Yeah, it
Keetree.
just hits.
Alright, so you take 11 slashing damage.
Okay.
And the third attack for a 26 will hit for 12 more slashing damage.
Woof. That is a lot of damage on one go.
Was a lot.
Ugh.
So is Galatar. I'd like you to make another insight check, please.
Ooh, 16 minus 1 for a 15.
Right. As you whisper those words to the confessor, you just feel this overwhelming weight of despair at your realization, and it's just the despair weighs heavily on your heart, and that is all. Let's see. So that brings it to Brina's turn.
Hey,
And once we're
y'all.
done with all this, I will explain everything because it's really neat.
Whatever do you mean? I'm gonna use my movement to just whoop scoot on over there. Before that, I'm gonna give Birdie a little doo-doo pat on the head and just say, "You got it, buddy," and just fucking wow! Look at all these guys.
That was a
Yeah, you come around the corner and you
Wow.
see there's just a hallway full of chaos, and like this big
Galatar's
group of
getting his
people.
shit bugged.
Well, so this group of people are standing around. One of them has his hands out in midair, grasping at nothing, and the others are trying to hit something, and you just see them like swinging and whiffing.
They're shadow boxing. It's like a
They
fucking
are
performance art
shadow
group.
Yeah.
boxing.
I would say, since it's in the same round, like as you come around that corner, you just catch the green flame of Galatar's strike just whiffing through the air and impacting on one of these fools. So you he's there, you just can't see him.
Yeah, glancing at Keytree and glancing over to the not Galatar. I'll say she kind of slides in. It's pretty cool. Maybe the floor's slippy. I don't know.
Yeah, you watch as Keytree's form dissipates.
The
and
sword.
She is once again herself and just starts taking a beating from one of these guys.
This is rough. I'm gonna actually move right here and wail on this dude for the first start. This is my last round of rage, but I think it continues on to the beginning of my next turn.
I believe so.
Okay.
Right, yeah, I think you have to redo it out on 11.
Yeah. I did some Googling. And I'm just gonna run in there and yell a whole bunch. And I want to wail on this dude for 2 little reckless attacks, please.
Please do. Oh, the crit.
Gee, hit that for him.
Oh!
Jesus.
There.
Ice in her
Damn.
veins. Let's go.
I did like the
49?
max
Oh.
crit damage or the perfect crit.
Yes.
Yeah. Which you should.
She indeed.
Honestly,
Oh.
I'm gonna give that one to you. That's not enough. Yeah. So like I'm not gonna make like 1 hit point as this guy lives through this. You just like you slide in wolf form, bring it down, and it just catches him right in the clavicle. Part of his armor tears open, and he's just like he's got his sword up, falls down to the ground, totally dead.
I have yet to actually wolf form, but I kind of am loving the aesthetic of it, so I am gonna.
I thought you had wolf
Yeah,
form.
You wolfed out last turn.
Yeah.
She couldn't make
I
the movement.
said I
Oh,
was
'cause you
going to,
couldn't
and then I
make the
couldn't make the
movement.
movement, so I
Mm.
changed my mind. But also don't hate the idea of that. Pretty sexy, although, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm fucking doing it. It looks great. And then I'm gonna wail on this guy.
Okay.
And just try and rip his head off, but with a sword. And I'm gonna reckless attack.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Cool.
17.
Groovy.
A heavy hit.
But and that will be my turn. Thank you, everyone.
Lay this heavily armored guy low, and then as you turn, this guy behind you hears you as you wolf out. You thrust your sword forward, and he just manages to kind of catch part of it, but he takes a really nasty cut. And yeah, you are in the house.
I am in the fucking house. Ooh, baby.
Right, so they kind of watched one mossy creature fade, and then a giant wolf come around the corner. They're just infested with monsters now. Like they don't know they're overrun with adventurers. They actually just think it's monsters.
Yeah, that's what it is.
To be fair, they also think any non-human's a monster, so
That's a good point.
yeah.
Low bar for a monster.
Yeah, they're not great.
Ah, right. I keep forgetting about these dudes.
Heaven forbid. Those dudes.
30.
What would we do?
Yeah.
Against those dudes?
Keytree and Alexa and Birdie. Yeah, you guys just see at the furthest end of that hallway to the north. There are
Birdie and I don't.
you not? Oh, right, because
I'm
you're
behind the wall.
pillars.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
behind the
So
pillar.
Keytree, you currently, as you're desperately trying to avoid these blows from these heavy armored, shield and sword wearing soldiers, you just catch north of you at the end, behind the 2 archers you've been pursuing. There are 4 thin gentlemen with no armor who now come out wielding short bows, and they just kind of like skid to a stop in the hallway, and they're like, "Oh shit!" And they all like each of them goes down to a knee and draws their arrows, And because you are the only person they can see,
Oh
Fuck.
no. What is with
They
you
are
and
gonna die.
arrows? Why are you attracted to them?
I'm not. They just like me.
just take 9 piercing damage from one of them.
Oh.
Oh.
He rolled higher than a 19?
He rolled a 19, exactly.
Yeah, fuck him.
2 others did not, and the final one, nope, 10. So of the 4 of them, you see this cloud of arrows comes down towards you. You manage to move out of the way of most of them. A couple of them tink off the shields of these soldiers next to you, but one of them finds its mark. Yeah. That beat them. Brings it to Alexa. You kind of hear the twang of these. You hear Brina shout, the gurgle of a man dying.
Yeah, no, I totally watched Brina go out there. And I'm going to do 5... Oh, God. So that's where they are. Okay, 5, 10, and then 15, 20. Oh.
I love y'all's reactions as you come around the
Okay.
corner. It's
I mean,
amazing.
It doesn't change what I'm going to do. It just changes where I'm going to do it.
I like
I'm sure
that.
you know what that means. So I'm going to get my 20
Yeah.
out. I think. Yeah,
So
because
it needs to be on the intersection of squares.
Oh, or in a square. Okay.
Yeah, I was actually just reading about that right before. It's one of the reasons I was kind of behind. Even when
So it's
something
it's a
says
ray you
centered
can
on
point
you,
on any point.
yeah.
Because a
Even
ray
when
you can shoot
something-
from any point on a square, on your
Yeah,
square.
when something gives you a radius, even if it's centered on you, it needs to be centered on a point of your square, not your center of your square.
Gotcha. But like you can do like the center of a square, right?
No, I think it's supposed to be on a vertex.
Oh,
between
well, I mean, because
squares.
putting it in the center of the square limits it anyways. You would want it on a vertex, so it's kind of dumb not to. But anyways, yeah, that's where I want it because I want to get Keytree covered. I'm gonna mute
Okay.
for my clock.
What is it you're casting? Wow. That's
Good damage is what I'm casting. So
a
yeah,
shitload
Yeah,
of damage.
bitch.
Dexterity saves?
yes. 16.
Is this the purple eye that opens on the floor?
No, this is the
different
eyeball that opens in my hand that we all get covered in acid.
Okay. Okay, bear
we
with
all
me,
do
guys.
get
This is a
covered
lot
in
of
acid.
saves.
But we're safe
Yeah.
because it's a level +1 that I can save in the gauntlet.
Fail.
Guy who's holding these hands just about to melt off.
Okay, one of the south heavy armored guard, he succeeds. He rolled a 16.
He only takes 16 damage.
Dexterity. This guy saves. My god, these guys are rolling dope. It's a 21.
Damn.
13. 14. 24.
Damn.
17.
Yeah.
So this guy here and this guy up here take full damage. And
Take
that's
the 32.
49.
No, they take 32 now and 17
Oh,
at the
right.
end of their turn. The rest of them just take 16 right now, and that's the end of that.
The guy right in front of Brina is looking really rough. The
What's that?
2 guys by Brina to the east. Oh, wait. What was the half damage?
16.
16? Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and I need to.
Damn. Whew. What was that? 2 guys that failed?
Yeah, I think it was just this guy and this guy.
14, a 13, and a 14. So another one failed. Hang on a minute. Sorry. 1 failed. Success. 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 Fail. fail. This guy up top failed, so he is dead.
Oh, good. Galatar.
Yeah. Okay. That's everybody.
Okay.
And we'll leave the effect there just so that I remember
Okay.
to do the damage at the start of their. Start of the turn or end of the turn?
I believe it's the end. I will double check. It's right there.
Yeah.
At the end of its next turn.
Okay.
So yeah, they get to have their turn and then they croak if it ends that way.
Cool. Is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn, yes.
Okay. Brings it to the Justiciar. Who, at this point... Oh gosh, what does he do?
He just saw me run out into the hall and cover us all in acid. Some of us were fine, and some of us were not.
Yeah. He does have that feature, though. Let's see. He shouts defiantly. What black sorcery is this? You will not be the victors here today. And then 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he will take the dodge action. Because he can't get
He's
close.
a combat veteran.
Yeah. So that brings it to Kala,
Poor
and
guy.
Kitri's on deck.
Fights for VA benefits. Good for him.
I'm gonna run forward. Gonna use feline agility and a bonus action hide behind these pillars.
Okay, yep. Then make your stealth check.
Hmm. 23.
Okay, yeah, you're hidden.
Okay, then I'm gonna
None of them have a passive perception higher than 23.
run out from behind the pillar and
Okay.
shoot the archer.
Which one?
This guy,
Got it.
closest archer to me. And I assume I'll have advantage from hiding.
Yes, he definitely does not have a 23 passive. That hits.
40.
Yeah. Now your arrow passes through his chest. It whistles past you, Kitri, and as you kind of like turn to mark its passage, you see it just sort of like pass through this guy like he's an illusion. And there for a moment, he's sort of like, and he puts his hand on the wall. Ow! And he looks down, and his leather armor starts to stain crimson, and he just drops to one knee and then falls
Yeah.
face forward.
That was one of Jake's arrows.
Oh.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay.
Does he take
Kitri.
any psychic damage? Because
Right. Corpse takes psychic damage.
What is the rule regarding like casting? Like it's like you can cast a cantrip as
If you
your
cast any spell as a bonus action,
you
can
only cast
only cast a cantrip with your full action.
Okay, that is what I thought. So that means that I would like to. Shit, which one is it? Actually, okay. Well, that's not even a spell. I would like to use my Balm of the Summer Court on myself
Okay.
and pump 3d6s into me. So that means I get. Oh, well, that's
Nice.
12, right?
Yeah, that's not terrible.
No.
That's 12 hit points and 3 temporary. And as my action, I will cast Create Bonfire. And I would like to do it on this gentleman directly in front of me. Just like look down and just like boom. So I think it's not until any creatures in the bonfire space when you cast a spell, so he needs to make a dex save.
Okay. 9, he fails.
Okay, so then he takes
13 fire damage.
yes.
Very nice.
And I think if anything he's wearing is flammable, it ignites. And if anyone moves into the space for the first time on their turn or ends their turn there, they will take damage.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't think I can. No, I'm not going to move. I'm going to stay there. All right, that's my turn.
All right. At this point, after a brief period of silence, you hear the confessor's voice once again, this time directed at Galatar, as it says, yes. It was difficult to keep his association a secret. Such a shame.
Can I make an insight check on that?
Go right ahead.
$22. Let's go. Never bullshit a bullshitter. Hey, Mr. Guy.
That's damn straight, though.
Right. That doesn't really. Yeah, you get the impression that perhaps he was silent because he was taking a moment to try to figure out how to address that.
Okay. Interesting.
All right.
He says, that's crazy.
That brings it to Bertie.
Okay. I'm gonna take some movement here, 10 feet there. Seeing all the people. Keytree's looking hurt.
Yeah.
That's 10. I will also just like generally shout out. I'll be like, Galatar, whatever he's telling you, he's talking out of his ass. I've heard better pitches from guys at Best Buy. So there's 10 feet of movement. And he's okay. 10, 15, 30. Okay. How do the guys around Keytree look?
They look wounded and scared. Still got some fight in them.
Me too, homie. Me too.
Keytree looking pretty bad, huh?
We got a problem now, and we got a problem in 2 turns.
Oh, fuck me, guys. Shit. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try and get to Keytree. So I'll take minus 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet to go there. Oh man. Okay. I have not been around this corner yet. And Galatar's looking pretty rough too, huh?
Yeah, Galatar's been rough for like a while.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. What I will do is I will pop off my a 4th level Fuck it. All right, we'll do a 5th level mass cure wounds.
Hey.
So 15 healing to 30-foot radius up to 6 creatures of my choice. That should be all of us. Yeah, so 15 healing to everybody.
That's exactly what I needed.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, Darcy.
Yeah, I'm maxed out now.
And then I would use a Mantle of Inspiration, but I can't see Galatar, can I? Okay. Well, that will be it for me. That's my movement, and I don't have much else to burn, so yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Brings it to Archer here, who is gonna back away. Let's see, is he what kind of range does this have? Okay. As he backs away, let's see, backs straight up in a line. But he is gonna try to fire an arrow at Alexa. Actually, no, he will stay put. Let me do a morale check on him, because he's afraid. He just saw that splash of acid, and he is really worried. No, that is single digits. He will back off and try to hit her as he leaves. Oh, there's a 12. That does not hit.
That's not.
15, 20, 25, 30. He is going to try to get around these fools. So I guess Keytree and Alexa and Birdie, you guys watch as this guy starts staggering backward as his friend collapses dead from Kala's shot. He takes a hasty shot at Alexa and just skitters along the wall, and the arrow falls short. And he starts fleeing and pushing his way through these oncoming gentlemen who are not armored. It's just like, get them! Get them! And is fleeing in the opposite direction. That brings it to the thugs surrounding Galatar. This chap is going to turn around and try desperately to flail at Brina.
He has advantage. But
Thank you for reckless.
you're welcome.
15.
Yes.
All right, so you take 5 bludgeoning damage, reduced to 2. 9 does not hit. 24 will hit, so another 2 bludgeoning damage.
For me.
This guy here will also turn around. He is going to attempt to flank you. So Galatar, you get an attack of opportunity if you want to take it.
No, thank you.
Okay.
But
A
I'm good up
wise
here.
man.
So at the end of their turns, one of these guys takes the
Oh.
acid damage? It's just one? Because I think the
yes,
other one
yes,
died.
it's this guy here. Yeah, it's the guy at the bottom.
Okay, and he takes the 12, I think. 17. Taking 17.
Yeah.
Good thing I scrolled up.
So this guy runs around to your other side, Rena, and he just lands a direct punch to your back, like you're right in the kidney,
Ow.
for a whopping 10 reduced to 5 bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
You think, like, on another day, in another world, these guys could have been fun to box with, but not really impressive. And
Touche.
then final attack, another crit, oddly.
Damn, son.
Yeah, that was
Rock
same
my
roll twice in
shit.
a row.
Right.
So 5 more bludgeoning damage.
Cool. Great. Fun.
This guy is going to attempt to hit Galatar. He has disadvantage. Because he is not flanking. It's not hit. Does not hit. I think that'll hit. Is your AC still 28?
It's 23.
23. Okay, he rolled a 23, so that'll just hit.
Okay, then I'll cast shield again.
Okay. So that does not hit, and at the end of his turn,
None of
he
that.
takes 17 acid. You watch as he's trying to flail, and at the same time, like he's gimped by trying to like brush this acid off of him as his cloak or his tunic kind of smokes and steams, and his flesh is starting to crisp on the outside a little. He's looking pretty hurt. That guy at the bottom is gonna try to grab you. Need you to make a acrobatics check, and I'll say do this with advantage, and he'll do it at disadvantage because he can't see you.
Okay.
It's still a type of attack.
That's an 18 plus 7 on the first one. Yeah, so 25.
Cool. He rolled a 23, so that's good. He will use his second attack to attempt it again.
Okay.
If you would be so kind.
That's a 23 total.
Okay. And with his last attack, he will attempt it one more time. I think he might have it now.
Wasn't a good roll, so not a good roll in either one. 18 total.
All right, so you are still grappled as this guy reaches out and manages to find purchase, and
This
really
guy?
frustrated.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And has he been? He was injured by Alexa's attack, but that's it so far,
A
right?
little. He
A
saved.
little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's saved, but yeah. The guy behind him will attempt to punch you. Disadvantage because he cannot see you. Does not hit. Does not hit. Oh, that would have been a crit. Does not hit. Longsword. Oh no, sorry, it's not his turn. That brings it to your turn, my good sir.
Okay, I'll make my first attack at the guy who's grappling me with Green Flame Blade again, and do the. This guy just took. He's looking really rough, right? Because he
Yes.
took both sides of Alexa's
Yes.
spell. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to attack the guy right below me, and then I'll put the Green Flame Blade energy on that guy who looks hurt.
Sweet.
Okay, so that's so that's a 17 on the second roll.
Definitely hits.
Okay. And that first guy takes 8 points of piercing damage plus 8 points of green flame damage. And then the guy that's already hurt really bad takes 8 on the first die, 8 on the second. Oh, I forgot to add my intelligence modifier to that other guy last time. Whoops. But I rolled 2 8s, so that's 16 plus 5 is 21.
Yeah, it kills the second guy.
Last time when I rolled a 7, I completely forgot to add the 5 from the intelligence modifier. Okay, so then I'm gonna go ahead and, well, this guy's grappling me. How bad does this guy look in comparison to this guy? Which one looks worse?
Guy fighting Brina.
Guy fighting Brina. All right, I'm gonna take my extra attack at him first.
Okay.
Okay, that's definitely gonna hit, but I'll roll again just in case. So it's 23 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And that is 7 points of piercing damage to that guy.
Okay.
And then I'm going to swing at him one more time.
Okay. He's looking pretty hurt.
Oh, I rolled a 1 and a 5. So it's a 13 to hit, which I think hits.
Just hits. That's what you need.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cool.
wow.
And that's a 7 on the damage dice. That's 11 points of damage.
Awesome. He goes down.
Sweet. And remind me, so I cast Blade Song in round 2 because I didn't cast it the first round of combat because I put up my Shield of Faith. So I need to reapply it in the 12th round, not the 11th round. Is that right? Or when would I reapply it?
It lasts for 1 minute.
Yeah.
So it lasts until this round. So at the end of your turn, I would say this round it ends.
Okay. Well, then I'll use my bonus action to use another Blade Song. So I'll just start twirling my blade again.
Okay.
Cool. And that's it.
Rock on. Let's see. So the soldier behind you will attempt to hit you.
Makes sense.
Disadvantage. Oh man, avoided another crit. I am rolling hot crits tonight, y'all.
Thank God you went invisible.
It's another crit. God. But not.
Yeah, it was just
not
to
the one
make
I
Ryan
want.
sad.
Wow.
Y'all are lucking out. This is good for you.
Yeah, it looks like you'd be dead 12 times over.
I mean, yeah, I did it solely for survivability. I have very little hit points left, or did. Thanks to Birdie, it's a little bit better.
The two guys surrounding Keytree.
Oh man, I never thought greater invisibility would do this much work.
16 does not hit.
Putting the work in, indeed.
25 will hit. So you take
Oof.
14 slashing damage.
Birdie healed
15
us.
does not hit.
Birdie did heal us.
Don't say he never did anything for you.
Yes. Are you still concentrating on anything?
Bonfire.
On the bonfire that
bonfire.
one man was standing in, but I may not beat it. Oh,
Nice. So yeah, that's still up.
I did it!
The second swordsman will take his attacks.
Oh, come on.
21.
Nuggets.
That is 11 slashing damage.
Okay.
And you'll need to make another save.
Yep.
Just held on.
Just, yep.
12 does not hit. Does not hit. So he will move out of the flames.
That guy
Try
takes the
to-
acid damage, I think.
Yes, he does.
17.
Yes, he is looking very hurt.
And that ends it, so I'll take off the effect.
Thank you. That is their turn. Let me double check. Is there anything over here that needs to happen? I think that's enough for now. Brina, you are up.
Okay. I'm gonna gladly take an attack of opportunity and kind of like face palm the guy behind me and go here if I can, just like slip between these two sticky boys.
Okay. He does hit you for 5 bludgeoning, so you take 2 bludgeoning damage.
Dumb bitch, get out of the way! You are in the way. I can't see the screen. You stinky boy.
Perfect
Anyways.
timing.
Literally, could have had all the time in the world. I'm gonna face the Justiciar and be like, "Did you meet Oliver in Justiciar orientation? There's like 42 of you, you dumb bitch!" And I want to hit him. And I'm gonna reckless attack because I know damn well he can hit me.
He's gonna hit you, so you might as
29
well.
hits.
Okay, that's 13 points of damage, and I'm
Okay.
gonna do it again. Oh shit! Can I say that I raged at the top of my turn? Apologies,
Mm.
Yeah.
because I had to re-up that. Cool. Did I roll again? Sure did. 23 hits?
Yep.
Okay. And that's
21.
29 damage.
Oh, there we go. That's a good one.
Damn.
My goal is to keep his attention on me so he doesn't do any.
You're
no.
doing a great job. Two heavy hits. And you're in wolf form, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this enormous, nearly 8 feet tall, slavering wolf hybrid monster with an enormous frosted gleaming sword just starts screaming at him and slashing into him. It is everything he could do to maintain his footing around you.
Cool. Yeah, I just wail on him. And that will be my turn. And I do indeed rage again, so
Okay. At this point, these gents get out of the way so I can grab these. 5, 10. I can put him back. 10. I guess it doesn't matter. He'll come over here, and they don't really have to get any closer.
Oh boy.
So let's see. Yeah, they're gonna try to attack some folk. This guy's gonna try to hit Alexa. I believe that will hit. It's an 18.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Take 8 piercing damage. Second guy will also try to attack you. Oh, are you concentrating? Oh, you are concentrating on something.
Oh shit, right. I totally did forget about that
Yeah.
actually. Oh well.
This is like the best reason to play on Foundry, is fucking Concentrator. Second attack also hits. That is a 25.
Oh yeah, I can't even.
10 piercing damage.
Wouldn't have even mattered for that one.
Okay, still good. This guy is going to try to shoot at Bertie. And that will hit with a 16. Alright, for 5 piercing. You rolled a nat 1 on the damage die.
Good. I don't feel bad.
Try to hit Keytree, and an 11 does not hit Keytree. So, as you're dodging attacks between these two
I'm really
swordsmen
glad they like
and
me more.
conjuring that flame next to you, you feel a pling as an arrow bounces off your adamantium breastplate. Adamantine. Different universe. Takes there, which brings it to Alexa. As you're dodging this hail of arrows.
I don't really dodge them. There's no dodge. So in not failing to dodge them, I run 5, 10, 15, 20. And yeah, fuck it, 25. Let's totally cut them off. And I yell out to Galatar, whom I can see, 12-second warning! And I will chuck a firebolt at this guy, because he's looking really rough, right?
Yeah. 21 hits.
Good.
Yeah. You cram that firebolt right into his visor.
Good.
Yeah, he is dead. As Keytree's trying to like fence and parry with her staff, that bolt hits him and it just almost flips him backwards as he crashes into the stone floor.
Alright, that ends my turn.
Alright, that brings it to the Justiciar, who, turning towards Brina, just gives a shout of rage and begins to attack. First attack is a critical hit.
Let me have it.
Adamantine
Is
leather wristlets.
30 bludgeoning damage, halved to 15 because you're raging.
May I,
Does he?
as an action, reduce the damage dealt to me by 1d12 plus 3?
Reaction.
You've got your reaction, so yeah.
I sure do.
So 15 minus 8.
Is a number.
First attack catches
a
you right up
number.
under your ribs and
It is.
pulls it out. The sharpened kind of back end of his warhammer takes a chunk of flesh out. Second attack comes in for an 18 that will hit. You take 10 bludgeoning, reduced to 5. And his third attack, as he comes up on the upswing, it's a 15 to hit.
Oh yeah.
For another 11, reduced to 5 bludgeoning.
You should not have talked about killing his boyfriend Oliver.
Oliver dating
Honestly,
Colleen or whoever she was.
Oliver meant a lot to him.
Yeah, they were very close.
So, and that was the
If they
love
were
that
a-
he could never
it
have
could have
because it
been a
was forbidden.
thruple. No, it was a
Thruple.
thruple.
It was there was
What
no
if they're just a polygamous cult? I mean, who's to say?
Brian,
We go to Utah. Is that where we really are?
Turns out they're just Mormons.
Yeah, that's right. You did reckless, didn't you?
You can't roll. Like, I just want to be fair, and so our dedicated viewers Don't call me out.
Yeah, she'll get tweets about it, you know.
I will get tweets. I can't handle that pressure.
Spotted.
But also, please don't hit me again. Don't
Well,
crit
just
me.
don't crit.
Well, no, because they all hit.
They all hit.
Right.
It's just a matter of if you want to try for fish for crits.
No, I re-rolled, but they
Yeah.
all hit. No more crits. You're fine.
Get fucked.
So what does he say? He bellows with rage and he starts to slam his warhammer into you. And as that crit hits, he just shouts out like, "The righteous shall be rewarded in the hereafter," and then just goes to town. Yeah, you can see he's just furious.
Really, that crit wasn't much more than one of his regular hits. It did what, 7 damage, and his other hits did 5.
Yeah, thank you. That reaction.
Yeah, that was
Well,
tight.
She was able to tough through it with that crazy Norn ability. That brings it to Kala, and Kitri's on deck.
Bonus action, take aim.
Mhm.
Shoot the guy closest to me.
Yeah. That'll hit.
34
Jesus
damage.
Christ.
And that's the end of my turn.
Well, that's the end of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, another one shot down. He's about half health, so it took quite a bit out of him.
But now Kitri's free to
Yeah,
just
Kitri, now you
away.
suddenly find yourself no longer surrounded by enemies, but staring up the north end of the hallway. There are 4 archers drawing down, and seeing their friends fall, are pointing their arrows towards you.
Cool. I would like to grab the necklace of prayer beads that I have, and I'd like to grab the one for conjuration, and I would like to
Summon planar ally.
Yes, I would like to beseech the Pale Mother and say, please, 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 we really need this. Like, we really need help.
What
I don't
kind
know.
of help do you ask her for?
We need help defeating the Confessor and all of these bad guys. They're after Galatar's dad.
In the form of violence.
Is there
As
any
opposed to,
way
like,
that I
healing.
can, I'm like, please be a unicorn, please be a unicorn.
Violent.
Violent unicorn, violent unicorn.
Oh man.
They are a celestial.
They are a celestial. The pale tree is not a celestial, but that does not mean it's impossible. Give me a second to look that up. There are.
Actually, oh no, never mind. I say I need to make food at some point, but I know what I'm gonna make.
This
but
would be a good call if we want to take like a quick.
I'm gonna
5-minute
boil
bio
some
break.
water, so that's gonna take a while. It's on itself.
Okay.
Jimmy's just eating boiled water.
I am. You know.
He said,
It's rough times.
flavors.
Go to tutors instead, Jimmy. It's not too late.
Yeah,
That would take 20 minutes.
I
And it would
like
be worth
to
every second.
request
No, I will at least go put it on.
out time again,
What is
Is
it? 8
8
o'clock?
o'clock?
Yeah.
if that can be arranged.
Yeah, we can do that.
I will put in my formal PTO request. I have accrued.
What are you getting paid in? A long rest?
Probably fucking
That's what
coppers.
I would like. I'd like a fucking long rest.
That's true.
I'd settle for a short rest. I just want some spell slots back.
I mean, I'd settle for a short rest too, but
So, is there a specific reason you were wanting a unicorn, other than like thematically that it's cool?
because it's celestial and I speak celestial, and also that they are fucking cool and powerful.
That is true.
You speak celestial?
Yup.
Huh.
It's on my character sheet.
Odd. Okay.
Came
And I'm
straight
thinking
from
this would be
Pale
the
Mother.
kind of thing that like Kitri would have maybe like, I don't know, seen in the Grove. Like she's seen some pretty wild shit, so
Okay. So you would be aware that a celestial or fey, because the pale tree is kind of a fey creature, that a messenger of this type is less efficient or effective at violent confrontation, and it's more of a supportive, sort of warm and caring type deal. Like it can do it. It's not
Is it?
overly.
I
Yeah.
have a sheet pulled up for a large unicorn.
Yeah.
They seem like they can fuck some shit up.
Yeah. I will allow it. So
Like-
it's a bonus action to use that bead from the necklace.
Oh, really?
Yes. So as you entreat this prayer, there is, you all hear, as though from a great distance, the echo of hooves across a stone floor. And emerging out of the air near you is spectral at first, and then rapidly solidifying into a more corporeal form, the figure of a unicorn.
So I can use the stat sheet that I found?
Yeah, if it's just the CR5 unicorn.
Yeah. I mean, it's got legendary actions and all that, so. Like,
I would say, yeah, it can do
I'm
that.
not trying to make it like OP, but if you're allowing it, then.
No, it's a 6th level spell.
Okay. And then for my
I rolled it into
action-
initiative, so it's in the counter.
Okay. And I guess would I have to use my
Either a
action
cantrip or an attack or something.
if the unicorn shows up, I'm gonna. I mean, it does, and I'm gonna be like, please, we really need your help. These people keep coming for us. I can give you whatever you want. I have a lot of gold. I can give you carrots, pets. I don't know. She's just kind of panicking, and who can she see? This gentleman, like, right here. Actually, no, screw that. I'm not going to attack anyone. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself at first level.
Okay.
Ah, nuts. Oh, why did it keep casting? I have 2 more first spells. Okay. Did it roll it 3 times?
Twice.
All right, I'm taking the 8 because that was the first one I rolled.
That's cool.
And that is
for a task measured in minutes, it would be 100 gold value per minute. Although this does kind of align with its goals, so
it's a lawful good.
it is, and it understands from you the nature of what is happening here. I would say it sort of turns to you and uses its horn to kind of like brush up the side of your face a little bit. There's just this moment where eyes meet, and it's this moment of silent understanding. It's like, okay, we'll talk about this later. And then there's almost a question as it motions to its back.
Ah! Can I climb on the unicorn?
You can use half your movement to mount a mount.
Yes, please.
All right. So we will put you there, and I'll try to move you two at the same time. Okay.
Does the unicorn have a name?
No.
Ah, darn.
Not one that you can pronounce in any case.
Name. Rough.
Alright, so that's here, here. So at the end of this round, you guys don't hear words, but you feel an overwhelming rage. And it's almost like you're getting angry, and then you realize that it's through whatever psychic connection you have, and this pure, just burning hate and anger is emanating from the confessor. Not sure what's going on, but he is not happy. Which brings it to Bertie's turn.
Okay.
You watch this glorious white fur, like golden maned unicorn shimmers into existence behind Kitri, rears up and stomps its hooves and has a little moment of understanding with her as she hops up on its back.
Holy fuck! With the Kitri, what the hell? Okay. Okay. I think what Birdie will do. Make sure I got the. All right. So I'm gonna move. Is to intimidate people. That's an action, right? Is to attempt to intimidate.
It depends on what you were doing. Like if you wanted to attack them and intimidate them by saying something as you did so, I'd allow it.
Okay. That's what I'm gonna do then. I'm gonna go right here.
Intimidating them will not inflict the frightened condition.
Might get them to run away? Question mark.
It depends on the situation. We'll play it out and see what happens because they are right now fighting for their lives.
Right.
They're already afraid.
Okay.
I mean, if they run away, that just means I have to chase after them.
It means we don't have to deal with them right now. Tell you what I'll do. Let me double check this capability. I can't. I have to imagine that. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna step right here, and I'm going to shoot my. Oh fuck! Damn it. I'm gonna get one step closer then. I'm gonna go. Oh, I hate that. All right, I'll go right here, and that should give me the 30-foot. Yeah, I need both these two guys to make a dexterity saving throw.
Which two guys?
On this line, the Justiciar and the guy right in front of me.
A line in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pull out my flamethrower. Yeah, and they need to make dex saves.
Okay. 12 and a 19.
Well, 12 fails.
Okay.
And they are on fire.
Burning. There we go.
And then Birdie will he pulls out this flamethrower and just like the guy in front of him. And then he's gonna turn down the hall to these four guys who are marching this way. And he goes, "Are you sure you want to do this? Because we can do this." And he's got his flamethrower in hand. We got a fucking unicorn! I swear to God. Yeah. Okay. And he's gonna do his best to try and intimidate them to second guess their choice here.
I mean, I would say you don't even need to roll. It is successful. They are intimidated.
I got one guy on fire in front of me.
Unicorn and
a unicorn behind me.
A char just assassinating people in the hallway. Yeah.
Ask yourself, is it really worth dying for? Is it really worth it? That's my turn.
All right. Yeah, man. What is even happening? That guy. Yeah, so you are still there. Alexa's over here. Kala's over here. Yeah, this last fully armored archer before he flees, he will take one last shot. Well, no, he's got 4 people in front of him, so he will take a breath, steady himself, and seeing. Let me have him. Birdie, go ahead and roll intimidation for me. I want to see how this guy reacts, and he's gonna need to roll.
18.
Yeah. All right. So no, he shoots out of panic. Does not get his bonus. I think
Ooh.
that'll hit you, Birdie. Is it 16?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So you just take 5 piercing, as his arrow manages to find its purchase.
Birdie's gonna give him the crazy eye as that hits and go, you're next.
And he skedaddles. 10, 15, 20. Yeah, he starts fleeing, which brings it to these ruffians. This guy is going to... The guy right in front of you, covered now in this tar-like substance, just like rips, like Hulk tears his tunic off, throws it to the floor, and starts putting himself out as an action.
All right.
And he will turn around to face you.
Does that
Leave it,
does
leave
that
it means
take?
he's no longer on fire. It takes a full action.
Yeah, but he still takes damage at the start of his turn.
Okay. How much is that?
5 fire damage.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so he just like starts shouting and takes a moment to strip off his shirt. And you see, like, this is a pretty muscular guy. Like, he's in good shape, big brawny dude. But now, like, his skin is like angry red welts and blisters starting to form as he's just like seething and looking at you.
Yeah.
The other 2 guys, one guy is grappling Galatar. He is gonna try to hit him, and that's a disadvantage because he's invisible. Does not hit. And you're still hasted, so your AC is 23.
Yep, last turn, I believe.
Does not hit. Avoided another crit. Does not hit. So then the second guy is also gonna try. He sees Brina just like hacking into his Justiciar, who is screaming and fighting back, and he just kind of shouts out like, "Yeah, get her, Captain!" And he's gonna try to hit you. Does not hit. Avoided another crit, motherfuck. 16 does not hit. So yeah, they're just flailing ineffectually at the invisible space in between them. I think there's only those guys left, so that brings it to Galatar.
Okay. I guess feeling despondent now enraged, I'm gonna try and stab the armored guy right beside me in the face with my green blade.
Cool. Yeah, he has not yet taken damage.
All right, so that's a 15 plus 8 is 23.
That'll hit.
So he takes 8 points of piercing damage plus 11 points of fire damage.
Did you add your modifier to that?
What is it?
You add your modifier to that?
No, modifier just goes to the person that it skips to, but not to the person I strike. And then I will have it skip to the Justiciar, since he's within 5 feet.
Yeah.
And that'll be 5 and then 8. So 13 plus 5 is 18 points of fire damage to the Justiciar.
Nice.
And then still feeling despondent and angry, I think Galatar is just going to try and, like, as he's being grappled, grab the guy in the metal and just keep trying to stab him through his armor. So that'll be so close, 27 to hit on the second one, and that is 6 points of piercing damage. And then 20 to hit on the third one. Or 7 points of piercing damage.
All right. Yeah, a couple of good solid hits.
And then that one my turn. Can I in case I forget, I want to use my reaction when I know that actually I'll just go ahead and use my shield at the end of my turn. Never mind. Cool.
What?
So that'll be that.
Your shield?
Yeah. Because haste is going to go off. Like, I know how haste works. And so I know when it gets, like, once the time's about to pass, the haste will stop. And then I can't take any actions or do anything.
So what
You
is
got
the
one
spell?
more.
No, I'm
Do
just
we-
using my reaction to precast my shield to go ahead and give myself, like, the +5 till the start of my next turn. Oh, I have one more? Never mind.
No, it's a 12. Yeah, we have one more round.
Oh,
End of the
okay.
13th round. End of my
Oh,
turn.
I thought it was
on
at the end
round
of the
13.
12th round.
No.
Oh, okay.
12
Also,
second
I
warning.
don't know if you can
12-second warning.
precast shield. I think
Well,
you
it's
have
not
to-
pre-casting. It's just going ahead and using my reaction to cast shield.
Like to end his turn, he's using his.
Oh, I
It's
see what you mean.
a
You mean because
reaction
I
which you take
wasn't
when
taking
you are
an
hit by
attack.
an attack. Yeah.
I got what you
That's
mean.
a good point
Okay.
because it is a specific reaction.
Gotcha.
You can't do that actually. Yeah, you're right.
That makes sense. Okay.
does,
Well, that is my turn, boss.
Cool, cool. Yeah, you guys can all hear the like ping, ping, ping of Galtar's rapier bashing into this guy's metal armor and his shield. Brina, as you're sitting there furiously trading blows and kind of fencing with this Justiciar, a sheet of green flame washes over him and he sort of staggers back, taking a pretty nasty hit from it. The heavily armored zealot will try to respond to that assault. At disadvantage because you are still invisible. 2 nat 1s. That's crazy. 14 does not hit. 18 does not hit. I think he's the last one left alive. So that goes here. You guys are good. That brings it to Brina.
Hello. You guessed it, baby. When in doubt, fucking wail on him. I'm gonna attack again. Reckless and just say, "You racist fucks are so dramatic," and hit them with my sword.
Okay. Yeah, that hits. 21. Jesus.
Give me the class. 19.
19 does not hit.
Oh, stinky strong man.
You fetch him a nasty blow upside his helmeted head. It like dints in part of the helmet, and you can see like one of his eyes gets all like bloodshot, like he's burst a blood vessel, and he is knocked seriously and starts to kind of wobble a bit. Yeah, but as he's doing that, he just manages to raise his shield up and deflect your other blow. He sort of staggers back a little, putting his hammer on the floor to steady himself.
You got him on the ropes, kiddo. Hit him with the jab.
Yeah, he's looking really rough.
Cool. That will be my turn.
Okay. All right. So these fellas up here, now seeing Kitri mounted on a unicorn facing their direction, they are going to attempt to fire.
So they weren't scared off.
You're not quite sure. They're already afraid, so they are not moving any closer,
Okay.
and they do not get the bonus action to steady their aim because they are not going to remain where they are.
Okay.
Yes. This is at the unicorn. It is a 24, so the unicorn will take 7 piercing damage.
Okay.
Second guy, fire at Kitri. That does not hit. That is a 10. Third guy will attack the unicorn with a 12. Does that hit him?
That just hits.
Oh,
Okay, for 5 piercing damage.
not Mr. Pickles.
And the third one will also attack the unicorn. That'll hit for 8 more piercing.
Okay.
I'll
God,
let you
if they
track its
kill
hit
us.
points.
I have it. I have it right here.
Started out with 67. What does it have now?
47, right? -7, -5, -8.
I think so. Alright. I'll just update the token so I can see the bar.
I have it on paper here too, if that helps.
Please do. Yeah, I'll just ask you what it is at the end of each round. Archers. Yeah, okay. So that'll bring it to Alexa's turn.
So quick, because I was gone. I have to ask. What did the confessor talk any more shit?
No.
Okay. That was all I really had to know.
We did get like you were here for the overwhelming sense of rage, though.
No, I missed that.
Okay, so yeah, you guys felt this overwhelming anger, this seething rage that seems to be coming from him. You're not quite sure why.
Okay, cool. It's like sort of what is it similar in a feeling that I get from detect thoughts sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then I know the Justiciar looks bad. How bad does this guy look? The other armored guy.
He's looking pretty hurt.
Okay.
None of your archers moved, right? Didn't you say they were going to
No,
move?
they did not move, and they are going to. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to chuck a firebolt at the regular armor guy. And again, just kind of yell, "Get ready, Gally!" Oh, I don't think a 16 hits.
For him, no. Does not hit.
Right,
Yeah,
that
in
ends-
trying to miss your invisible friend, it just goes slightly to one side.
Right.
Kind of impacts against the roof of the chamber.
Well, no, I can't. There's nowhere I want to get to the other side of the room, but I can't without provoking. So I'm going to stand still. And end my turn.
Okay. Alright, so that brings it to the Justiciar, who, kind of coming to his senses, looking around and seeing his fellows dropping like flies, takes his warhammer and bangs it on his shield 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. And he shouts, "Archers, now!" And then he is going to try to attack Brina.
Thanks.
That'll hit. It's 21, so 17 reduced to 8 bludgeoning.
Ooh. Ooh, baby.
That'll hit as well for only 9, reduced to 4 bludgeoning. Ooh, and then that'll hit for a nice juicy 18, reduced to 9 bludgeoning. And as he makes that noise and gives that command, he starts swinging, and you hear as the door behind you opens,
God damn it.
and you see a lot of the thin archers, currently only holding each a small dagger in their hand, come streaming out into the hall.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Yeah.
Wait,
No,
are they
leave me
archers if they don't
alone.
have bows?
Yeah. Well, it's the archer class of people you've been fighting.
I gotcha, but it's still funny.
Pretty shoddy
Oh,
archers if you
man.
ain't got a bow.
What the fuck?
As 6 of them come pouring out of the room.
God damn.
Fuck.
Well, there goes all the rest of my sorcery points.
You have too much time, man. This is too many people. Jesus.
Too many boys. Galatar with 17 tokens. It's really doing it for me.
When we get done with this adventure and you guys head home, I will explain the logic of all of it. So that brings it to Kala's turn.
I would like to bonus action hide.
Okay, yeah. $33. Okay, yeah. So you're not hidden from these guys down here at the end because they can just see
Yeah,
you.
because they can just see me.
Yeah,
Sure.
but you're hidden from everybody else.
Okay, I will run out here and I'll shoot this guy. He looks fancy.
Okay, the Justiciar. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that
Take his
that
ass.
hits. You guys can't see their hit point bars, and I love that you keep picking people who have like just a sliver of
Oh.
red.
Yeah. It's 27.
Yeah, his heavily armored ass just hits the ground like a stone. He goes to bring his shield up, turning to block that arrow, and it goes through the shield and hits him right in the forehead. And he just kind of falls to like, as he hits the ground, his shield and his arm are like stuck to his head. he's, he's
Okay, and I'm gonna use feline agility and run into this room. So I have a
Okay.
little more movement.
As you do that,
God damn it.
two of these thin,
Oh
plainclothes
my
archers
god.
who were hidden inside the door, waiting to ambush someone, appear and try to strike you.
Wow.
Lame.
I think
Lame.
you're only in range for one of them because they're 10 feet apart. Oh my god, it'll be a 12 to hit.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
If I see them there, because I have more movement, I'm gonna move further away from them.
Okay. Yeah, they can't. The guy take an attack of opportunity because they already tried.
Just like right there.
Yeah. So as you burst into this room, you find yourself in a grand library. There are arrow slit walls on the far west side on an elevated platform about 5 feet above where you are. You see two wide stairs that lead up to that level. On the level you're at, there is more of the red and white marble checkered floor with long wooden tables of very nice carved wood, and the north and south walls are just lined with shelves full of books. You can also see, like from looking around it, there are several books that are open and kind of laying scattered about on the tables, as though people were in here doing stuff and suddenly had to leave.
Okay.
Interrupted independent reading time. Well,
That's
I
gonna
do.
be the end of my turn. The unicorn gets legendary actions, right, at the end of people's turns, and its turn is getting ready to come up. So if it's not gonna do
Yes.
anything else, it should maybe heal itself.
Yeah, it can use
Does
one
it
of
get
those.
all of its legendary actions back at the beginning of its turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well then it's gonna heal itself right now.
Okay. Yeah, heal self. 2d8 plus 2. 14.
Okay.
Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, so it can use the hooves, the shimmering shield, or the other at the end of other creatures' turns.
Right. And then it
After not
regains
realizing
those
that.
back at its turn.
Yeah.
Alright, I think it's back at 61 hit points.
Yep.
Alright, I had to do math. Alright, and now that it is the unicorn's turn, the unicorn is going to... I can't reach those people. I would like the unicorn to move on top of where that Justiciar is.
Okay.
And then because it's moving at least 20 feet and it's going to use its multi-attack, it will be able to, it's going to add 2d8 to the horn attack. So a multi-attack is its hooves and its horn. So this is for the hooves.
And it's attacking with guy.
It's going
This
to
guy
attack
here?
that guy catty corner to Brina.
Caddy
Just like right in
corner.
front of it.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, it's
11
to hit.
where are these guys? These guys are 11 does not hit.
Okay. Then it's
Their
gonna make
their AC
a,
is 14 because they're a little more
a
dexterous.
horn attack.
That'll hit.
All right, and so then damage. Does it roll? It rolled. It needs
Yeah,
to
10
make,
piercing damage.
and then it also needs to hits it with a horn attack on the same turn. The target takes an extra 2d8 piercing damage. So this is
Okay,
for the
yeah.
extra piercing damage.
Also needs to make a strength save, which it fails. So it is prone.
So that man is prone and stabbed.
Yeah.
Then for K3's turn, since she's on the unicorns, back, she's going to cast create bonfire just on this man right next to her.
Okay.
who's
So he
in
needs to
front
make a
of
dex save.
Galatar.
He passes his dex save.
Does he only take half damage then, or what?
I think for a cantrip, he doesn't take any.
No, so he would have taken 10. Yes, or take damage. Okay, so he's just on fire, but apparently not burning like some sort of demon.
Yeah, well, he's trying to move out of it. So if he stays where he is, he'll take it. But yeah.
And then at the end of Kitri's turn, the unicorn is going to use its legendary action to cast Shimmering Shield around Galatar.
So it can't do it at the end. Oh, right. Yes. At the end of your turn. Yes. So 2 actions, Shimmering Shield. Galatar, you have 2 to your AC until the end of the unicorn's next turn.
Is Galatar still invisible?
Oh yeah, Galatar's
Oh.
invisibility
One
is
creature,
creature
it
you
can
can
see.
see.
Yeah.
still up.
Good
All right,
catch.
then never mind. It won't cast it on Galatar. She'll cast it on Brina.
+2 to Brina's AC.
What do I get? Plus?
Who is
+2.
surround. +2 to your AC
Yeah.
until the end of the unicorn's next turn.
Hell yeah. I love that song.
Yeah. Alright, is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, you guys don't so much hear from the confessor as you just get this distant kind of muttering that sounds like someone who is abjectly just furious at someone and is very quietly explaining to them precisely how they're going to die. Like it's that sort of gritty, whispered hate, but it's kind of intelligible.
Ooh.
Yeah. Brings it to Bertie at the top of the round.
So hearing this muttering, Bertie will say out loud, he'll say, "Oh, listen, guys, Grandpa's angry." And then I'm going to weather the. He'll say, "He's too frail and crippled to come out here and face us himself."
Fuck yeah.
I'm gonna weather the attack of opportunity here.
Okay.
And I would like to go
Brave.
right there.
All right. You do take 5 bludgeoning damage as he reaches out, tries to hit you.
Like that. Yeah. And then, you guessed it, I'm going to use my flamethrower on this group of 5 guys in a line right here.
Okay. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Light them up.
So I need
them
all
up.
of them to make dexterity saves.
Hell yes.
And hopefully this, if any of them fail, they'll want to use their action to not be on fire and not hit Brina.
Thanks.
They're rolling really well, dude.
Fuck off! Would you stop it?
What
If they
so
all
sorry.
pass,
25, 24, 19, 19, 21. They're all
You gonna
pretty
leave the
dexy.
flamethrower here?
Are you gonna
take it
return
off?
it?
Are you just gonna throw it on the ground? Is that what's about to happen?
Go back.
I tell you what I will do.
For credit, please.
Okay. I will go ahead and pop off a mantle. I should have done that before. Fuck. Well, I'll do it now. I'm gonna pop off a mantle of inspiration.
Okay.
Give me, can't see Galatar, Brina. So everybody but Galatar because I can't see him, and Kala because I can't. Well, no, I can't see her either. Okay, so everybody but Galatar and give it to the unicorn.
There you go.
Yeah. So the not Kala, not Galatar, but the everybody else gets 11 temporary hit points. and you can immediately use your reaction to move up to your speed without provoking attack of opportunity. And what I'll say is like, Brino, come back. They can't all hit you if we kind of stand together here.
That was empowering. Okay. I'll move back here. Or further, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
And Keetri, if you want. Oh yeah, Alexa moved in there.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I run up beside Brina.
I don't know if I want.
Hold the line! Hold the line!
Then
All right, and that
I'm
will.
gonna
Big
stay
dead
where I
bodies
am.
around.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
stay where I
yeah.
am. Otherwise, I'm gonna run into.
So easy to hide in them, though.
Alexa's just like.
Yeah, Brina,
"Pop
you
it
actually
out."
could get up one more if you wanted to go like right here instead.
Oh, squish them all.
There we go. Hold the line. Hold the line.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
and that will. That'll be my turn.
You know, I hold the line except for this one guy that's already behind us.
I know.
And
Unicorn is going
We'll
to
figure that out
use
later.
its last legendary action for this round and make a hooves attack against that cat. Actually, he is prone. She's gonna
Yes, he is.
stomp him. So
Okay,
is
with
that an
advantage.
advantage?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Okay, come here, Unicorn. You can do this today.
Come on.
Yeah!
A nat 20. Damn.
So he
18.
takes 18 damage.
Yeah, this unicorn just rears up and slams its hooves down into this guy on the floor. He's looking really hurt.
And Keetri is gonna be like, "Can I call you Daffodil?" To the unicorn.
Oh my god, Daffodil.
So the unicorn like shakes its mane and you hear Whinum. Tells you his name.
Absolutely.
His name is Whinum.
Ooh.
Very Welsh name.
That lines up with all the Sylvari stuff.
Alright, so he goes that way. You guys do that, and then the big thugs. There aren't many of them left. This guy is going to attack the closest person he can find, which is Alexa.
Gross.
It's really disgusting. Like this big brawny guy just starts trying to pummel this little Asuran girl.
I don't
First attack hits for 5 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, I'll take it. I got some temp hit points now.
Second
That's
attack
right, baby. Everybody.
Also hits for
Everybody
5 more.
Yep, bring them on.
Third attack does not. Third attack is a 12.
Perfect. That's what this temp are all about.
He comes up and catches you on a shoulder, and then he uppercuts you, like catches you right in the gut, and kind of pins you against the wall for a minute. And as he brings him down for 2, you manage to just duck out of his way. The other 2, well, this guy, having nearly caught fire, is going to try to swing at Birdie. He will release his grip on Galatar to do so.
Is that the guy just south of me?
That's this guy here.
Okay.
So he is gonna try to hit. First attack hits for 5 bludgeoning.
God damn, bro.
And second attack does not. It's a 14. Third attack does not. It's a 10.
Oh shit, I got hit twice.
I like to think for that flamethrower
Nice.
that like Birdie shoots it out and it's like it puts.
One turn early.
That's okay. I looked it
Oh.
up, and Jeremy Crawford did clarify that you can use reactions. You just can't do any actions on your turn. But reactions are not effective. So I can still shoot.
That is what stun says.
No.
So it's not a stunned effect. It's just a sweeping lethargy
It's
that
not
says you can't take any actions.
Oh, right. You're not stunned. That's true.
You're not
Yeah,
stunned. Yeah.
It's not that you can't take a reaction on your turn. It's that the spell says it's a reaction you take when you get hit.
Mhm.
So if you don't get hit, you can't use that
No,
reaction.
no, we're talking
No,
about
I
haste.
was just saying that after the haste goes down, that I can still use
Oh,
reactions.
you can take reactions during the effect.
Yeah.
The
the
lethargy.
tiredness.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
because Jeremy
My bad.
Crawford
Yeah,
put a
'Cause it's-
tweet to
'cause it's
clarify. Yeah.
actions.
Yeah, because it's not exhaustion or incapacitation.
Or
Yeah.
stun, like I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what I thought. It was more like a stunned effect, but it's not.
No, so you can still shield
Okay.
yourself.
But I cannot do anything this
You
turn.
just can't do
so.
anything else. Yeah.
So you're back down to only 3 markers on your token.
Oh man! But I don't know what one of those markers means, Ryan.
No, you don't.
I don't know what it means.
Let's see. There's only 2 of these guys. One of them left. So this guy's gonna try to hit Galtar unarmed.
Which man?
That is this fellow here in the red.
What?
I like to
That's
think for
only a
that
21 AC.
flamethrower. I like to think for that flamethrower that Birdie like aimed it at their heads and they all just like simultaneously like
Yeah, just turtled a little bit.
they got like a
Yeah,
little
the-
singe
the,
on their hair maybe.
Like it came out so hard, it was like there was some knockback or some kickback. Painted the roof in flame. It's like dripping down. Second attack, I believe, will hit with a 24.
That will hit, and I will not stop it from hitting. So
All right, so you take 5 bludgeoning damage.
okay.
Third attack is also a 24.
Okay.
There's 5 more. That's
Cool,
the end
cool.
of their turns, which brings it to Galatar's turn.
Wow, I'm somehow still above where I was at when we got here. Well, I can't do anything. So I guess all he'll do is just sort of think to the he thinks it's the Legate Minister. Who knows? But just gonna be like, I guess think in his head, I'm going to kill you, Legate Minister, and then I'll find a way to redeem Roland, but it will be after I put my sword right through your heart. And then that will be all he does.
Okay.
Cool.
Alright, so now the heavily armored chap here is going to attempt to take a swing at Galatar.
I would like to use my reaction. What's
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Actually, you used your reaction to move with the Mantle of Inspiration.
fuck
Yep.
you?
Birdie, give it. Birdie, take it away, baby.
I know. I was like, wait a second. Did I use a reaction for something? I sure
Does
did.
not hit. Does not. Double 14s. That doesn't hit. 13 does not hit.
Nope. Alright.
Yeah. Galatar, make an insight check for me.
I can't do better than the 15 I rolled earlier. That is like the 12. That's the best I can do, man.
Did that man just finish his turn?
Yeah.
Oh, he stayed in the
He
bonfire.
stayed in the bonfire.
Hang on a minute. Where the hell am I?
As a heads up. And if he moves, can Kitri actually? And she didn't move, so can she use her reaction if he moves? I don't even know if I can reach him. I could.
You
To
are.
make it.
I think he would still be in your range,
Yeah,
though, wouldn't he?
I would say with your staff, I'll allow it. Yeah.
If he moves,
Uh,
I'll take an attack of opportunity on him.
Yeah, I will say he does take a step back because it's the only place he can get out of that fire at the moment. So Galatar, Brina, and Kitri, if you want to make attacks of opportunity, you can.
Oh, I guess I
well,
can
no,
make a
Brina
reaction
can't.
attack.
Yes, you
That's
can.
true. Sweet. I'll do it. It's
Instead of saving it for
because I'm invisible. Is an attack of opportunity with advantage, or
Yep.
is that just normal attacks?
No, it's with advantage. Yeah, it's an attack roll, and he cannot see you.
That's a
Yeah, Kitri, that
23,
hits. That both hit. Yeah.
and that is 9 points of piercing damage.
So he takes. I guess it's a two-hand weapon, and I don't have a. Actually, I do have a shield, so he only takes 4.
Okay. Galatar, how much was yours?
It was 5 plus 4, 9 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah, he is looking really hurt. He kind of staggers back out of this flame and is pummeled by multiple blows. Now, does the unicorn want to use any of its legendary actions?
It can't until the beginning of its. Like, it used all.
Oh, it used the hooves and the shimmering shield. That's
Yes, the shield is 2 and the hooves is 1.
right. Okay. Galatar, you just catch this flicker of an image in your mind, and it's a man in a dark gray breastplate with billowing white sleeves and a bright crimson cloak, a hood pulled up over his head, some of his face in shadow, eyes glowing a dull red. And the face is not one that you recognize. And sitting on the ground, kind of sitting on his knees in a sort of meditative pose, the older man's hand resting gently on his shoulder is Roland. And this red-eyed older gentleman reaches down, and you see Roland take something from his belt and hand it to the older gentleman, who then takes it, looks it over, and then locks eyes with you and just grins. And it's this old, wrinkled face and this toothy grin. And you believe that what you see is true. Which brings it to Brina's turn.
Not understanding Galatar's strife and frankly just straight vibing at this point. Galatar, Brina's gonna let out a, yeah, confessor, stinky man can't even come and fight us himself. And then hear poor little Alexa let out a, oh, after getting her shit beat, and say,
Oh,
leave my friend alone! And I want to charge this dumb bitch. And fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna do 2 reckless attacks with my Frostbrain Greatsword.
Definitely hits. 16.
And we'll do it again.
Hefty hit. Just 29 definitely hits.
And,
17.
17.
2 swift hits just cleave an X into this guy's front.
Yes.
I believe he is the one without a shirt,
Yeah.
having
Yeah.
previously been set on fire, and he just falls to the ground.
Very cool. I'm gonna kick his stupid, ugly, stinky body and say, love you, Alexa. And
thanks, Brina.
holding the line again?
Hold the line!
Okay! And then run back and hold the fucking line, I guess. Yeah, that's all I'll do for now.
Okay.
So, birdie tactician moment here. If you look at where we are and how we're set up, none of them can get flanking, even though there are so many of them. Just
'Cause they
throwing
can't
it out
break
there
through.
because they can't move through our space.
Unless
So,
they
like in terms of like
overrun us.
holding the line, like it's not just like a birdie cinematic moment. Like,
Birdie.
I mean, birdie's actually thinking this through.
Yeah, I
Birdie
think-
and Alex.
Also, thanks to Keitra, anybody that tries to get in the space right in front of me takes fire damage.
It's true. There is a roiling fire going right there.
I'm feeling warm. Anyways.
Hmm.
Boogie. Yeah, I want to try and piss off the confessor as well. Just joining in.
Oh, cool. All right, so that brings it to the scrawny guys with the daggers. The guy on the floor is going to spend half of his movement to stand up and attempt to stab the unicorn with his dagger.
Don't you dare.
Bro, are you serious? You're gonna try and kill a unicorn?
It's fucked up, man. See, I can't do this.
First
You guys
attack
never watched Harry Potter.
Right?
does
So that's-
hit,
no,
and so
Uni.
Kala, remind me, the sneak attack, if an ally of yours is within 5 feet, right? Sneak attack? Okay.
Mm.
So 26 to hit will hit. And so with his dagger, he gets a sneak attack on this one, which terrible at math. Is 25 piercing damage.
Holy lord, what the fuck?
Sneak attack ain't
Attack.
no joke.
Oh, I gotta use a calculator for this one.
I
Give me
believe
them TI-83s is.
Alright, it's okay.
47.
36. Because it was up to
36.
61. And minus 25.
He had
right?
11 temporary hit points.
Yes, he did.
Oh, so plus 11.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think that is 47. Yes, because from 36 to 47.
Okay.
That would
Cool, cool.
definitely help.
Hit points, baby.
Second attack does not hit. Third attack does, but he doesn't get sneak attack. For another 8 piercing.
Hey.
Triple attack is some bullshit, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. This is what I gotta do when you guys have fucking.
Oh no,
20
I mean,
plus
it's
ACs.
fair. It's just on the receiving end, it sucks. It
Yeah,
sucks a lot.
It do. This guy will move up a little bit.
He just stepped into the fire.
That's 3d8
Oh,
damage.
shit.
He sets himself
Yeah,
on
he
fire.
Should have paid more attention,
You know
sir.
what? Honestly, he's gonna try to jump through it with dexterity.
He thinks he's a fucking dexterous motherfucker.
Wait, don't they just take the damage if they step into it on their turn? I don't think they
The
get a
creature
dex
must also
save,
make the
right?
saving throw when it moves into the bonfire space.
Oh,
for
they
the
make
first
it even
time.
then?
I
Damn,
thought
Yeah.
they get to save.
that sucks.
15,
chain.
25. So he bounces through this fire and then through his friends' spaces as difficult
Darn.
terrain and ends up behind you all. And he is gonna attempt to attack Birdie.
Oh, so you made it through the fire okay?
Yeah, he made a 26 dex save.
damn.
Oh, this fucker.
Oh, rude.
They're dexy. These guys ain't level 1 mooks.
I mean, I know
Your
they
line
are,
is
but-
broken, Birdie!
Shit.
Uh,
Wait, so how did he get through? Did he shove?
Diagonal.
he
Diagonal.
can move through
Oh.
this space as difficult terrain. And yeah. So that
We
attack
use
will hit.
diagonals all the time.
I bet it
And
will. Not much
you are-
misses.
Engaged with his buddy there.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is
Oh.
18 piercing damage.
shit.
Yeah.
We talking about this boy?
Yep.
Yes.
Can I use my reaction to hit him back?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Still reckless.
That hits.
Cool.
15. A nice heavy hit. Birdie, is your 15 hit your AC?
Yep. Sure does.
Take 8 piercing damage. And with his final attack, there is 7 extra piercing damage. The other guy,
Cool.
yeah, seeing his friend dart through the fire, he is not going to try that. Let's see, he will move 1 step closer. This guy will move up here and try to attack the unicorn. Natural 1. 17.
That hits.
For 23 piercing damage.
Holy lord.
Yeah. And then another 8 piercing damage. 23 and 8. Man, he's getting low. I have him at 8 hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is the end of a turn. Has he not had? No, his turn hasn't come yet. Okay.
He still has
These
no.
are long rounds.
Oh.
Yeah, he stood up. Well, this guy's next to him. This guy is going to try to attack Keytree. He can kind of reach you. That will hit for 18 piercing damage.
Right.
17
Oh, I'm
will
real
not
low,
hit.
you guys.
10 will not hit, so neither of his attacks hit.
Oh.
Alright, that... Oh, no, there are 2 guys over here in the library with Kala. who will run forward.
We were all hoping you would forget about them.
As he moves forward, he does not get any sort of bonus. I'll tell you what, he will ready the attack action. He'll only get one attack. As soon as his buddy moves into space, he'll get one shot.
Did he? So he ended his turn.
Yes.
I will use skirmisher.
Oh.
And run 40 feet away.
Absolute mad lad feat. You can use your whole movement in that reaction?
Wait, it might only be half. Let me check.
I think it's half, because 40 seems an awful long way.
But still,
Oh, where is that?
that's
Sanity.
sick.
Yeah, it's half. So
Here.
yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, so you move there, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He can just get in range, but the other guy cannot. So he does not get any advantage. Cannot get any sneak attack. And you are so lucky because he crit.
Oh!
So that is 11 piercing damage total.
Okay.
With this
Damn.
10
When you
does
got
not
it, you
hit your
got it.
AC. Does 16 hit your AC?
No.
Fuck.
For reference, the
Oh.
bonfire also disappears.
Okay.
I forgot to roll that con check.
I'm gonna move the horse for a minute so I can take concentration off you. There you go. That way it won't pester you anymore. Okay. That is them. That is them. That is them. Okay, that brings it to Alexa. My call is on deck.
And so all of these guys are the same archer class, like even though they're different colored NPCs.
Yeah, they're all
the
just
same sneak
wearing
attack
different colored
motherfuckers.
tunics. Yeah. These lightweight, lithe. You can see like they're all in great shape, but they're not the big heavy bruisers. These are
And the
people
unicorn
built to
is
be archers.
really fucked up.
Yeah, it's really fucked up.
All right.
The front
Not
of its white fur is just like
Daffodil.
covered with blood.
Oh, I feel so
But
bad.
yeah, I
Oh,
look
no.
up at Brina, and I'm fucking breathing heavy and worn out, but we gotta make this happen. And with the last bit of my spell points, I need a bunch of motherfuckers to make dex saves.
Oh,
Oh.
Okay.
Oh!
With the acid?
Yes.
taking them out.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I could move it to get the birdie, but then it's one too many targets to auto
Yeah.
save, and I don't want to kill the unicorn.
Mhm.
All right,
It's okay. You can drown me in acid.
Oh my god.
Skeletor's really not
That was
invisible at
crap
this
damage
point
rolls
because
compared
he's
to last
like
time.
covered in acid and there's a flaming sword in the air. Like, come on.
There is a little invisible outline, I guess, of acid kind of dripping a little.
God. Well, the archers are super dexy, so they're rolling really well.
Oh, damn it. That's okay. Still a good move.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
The
still
guy in
has
the
to.
heavy armor, the zealot, dies. he fails
Nice.
outright.
Good.
Oh, bless.
16 DC, yeah. Nat 20, 17, 22, 26, 19, 19, 18.
Jesus.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So who failed? Does anybody else fail?
The heavy armor
The
guard
zealot.
died.
So 11. They take 11 acid damage, and that's it.
That
That
guy
kinda sucked a little.
dies.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
Well, I
he
guess
was
I got
really hurt.
If I got one of them, I guess that makes it a little worth it. Two deaths, I guess. is
Yeah, you got 2 deaths. That's pretty good.
It's all about the action economy.
That's fair.
Plus, you made the rest
Oh,
of them
three.
3.
Okay, it's going up.
Give
a
him
little
4,
bit.
ref. Ah.
Give him
Now, the other guys hadn't been hit yet.
No, yeah, they were.
You don't
fresh.
know if they have weak constitutions. Maybe they grew up with childhood illnesses.
He's got pneumonia
It's already been.
Too much. Yeah.
since his lungs.
Chicken pox.
Yeah.
Golly gee, guys.
Boy.
And then I'll kind of stumble back on the wall a little bit and then just plop down out totally. Winded.
Nice work, man.
out of
Okay.
resources. And
That
then my
brings
turn.
it to Kala.
Pull out a short sword, bonus action, take aim, and hit the guy closest to me.
Okay.
And now I can see Kala fighting in the room up there.
Damn.
Whoa!
Damn.
That guy's dead.
70?
Yeah, he's toast. As he sprints to catch up with you, as you use your reaction to kind of move away, you draw as you stop and turn, and he doesn't even see the movement as he comes to a stop with the blade inside of him.
Right.
Push him
wow.
off.
So
He
much
just
stab
crumples
him
to the
as
ground.
he went onto your blade.
Yeah,
That's the end
That
of my
was-
turn.
You just said,
incredible.
oop, and walk right into it.
Wow.
The
Oh, damn.
in case any of you were wondering, the triple advantage roll there, we had a feat for Kala that was a duplicate feat that had expertise given twice. And so I had her change it out for the elven accuracy because she's pro with a bow as part of her char training. That's what the 3 rolls are.
Nice.
Dang.
And yeah, that brings it to the unicorn, who at the
Okay,
start of its turn gets all of its legendary actions back.
it does. It is gonna go ahead and use its action to take a multi-attack against this gentleman in front of it. So I'll just hit the multi-attack button.
That doesn't do it.
Does
It can
do it?
also teleport away if you need it to.
Oh,
Oh, okay. That didn't. Okay, I'm sorry.
that's cool.
Well, that was silly that it doesn't do it. Here's the hooves.
And
Oh,
up to
yeah,
3 willing
19 will hit.
creatures.
Yeah.
And
This thing can
So
teleport
goes
people a mile away.
Oh, fuck yeah, let's get out of
That's
here.
the coolest shit,
it
man.
can only do that once a day, though.
I don't care. It's you and 3 creatures a mile away. That's a hell of a
Some of us can
teleportation.
survive.
Right. Tell the
That's why
story.
again-
Take Birdie.
We're on dire straits contingency here.
He is looking pretty rough as the
Tonight.
hooves batter him, and then the horn catches him, kind of pins him against the wall for a second through the shoulder blade.
Okay. That is. Hold on. That is actually going to finish the. Actually, the unicorn is going to take. No, it's going to stay there. Sorry. Now it's Kitri's turn.
Mhm.
Kitri is going to cast Mass Cure Wounds
Ooh.
at 5th level. And
Okay.
she's going to get. I don't think she can hit Kala, so she's going to do everyone, including the unicorn.
Okay.
Fuck yeah, guys.
So everyone gets 20 hit points back.
That's close.
Nice.
That was sexy.
That again takes me
Unicorn's
to
at
max.
28.
Okay. And then my bonus action. I can't cast a cantrip now, can I? No.
No.
I'm going to then use where needs it?
I believe Mass Healing Word is a bonus action, isn't it?
Mass
Mass
Cure
Cure
Wounds is an action.
Wounds. It's
Oh,
not
Mass
a-
Cure Wounds. Gotcha.
Mass healing word is.
I
Is
do not
okay.
have mass healing word. I don't.
Gotcha.
Prepared. Kitri's gonna go ahead and use 2 of her Balm of the Summer Quartz on the unicorn. So the
Okay.
unicorn is getting 2 temporary hit points. And
Oh shit.
Stay with me, Daffodil.
stay with me. Oh, 6 more hit points.
8.
So that is
34 and then 2 temps.
yeah.
Nice.
Okay, and then I think that will end Kitri's turn, and this will allow the unicorn to take its legendary action and use all 3 of its things to cast heal self. Do I roll the 11 or the 1d8, 2d8 plus 2?
Roll 2d8 plus 2.
Okay.
There. Much better
Yeah.
than 11.
So then the unicorn gets 14 more hit points back.
Okay.
There we
48
go.
and 210.
That was a good healing on the unicorn.
Yeah.
All right. That is the end of Kitri and the unicorn's turn.
All right.
This has
Unicorn
been
show.
Again, you guys just feel this cold anger just seeping out of ether all around you. It's like a cloak of darkness that covers all of you. It's a cold chill up your spine. That brings it to Birdie's turn.
Okay. First thing. My golly, there's a bunch of people around me. How are these 2 guys directly adjacent to me looking? Like this
One of them
guy
is dead. Oh.
and this guy.
The guy to the north of you is a little worse off. They're both pretty hale.
Okay. Hmm.
The one north of you didn't get hit with acid.
Okay. I guess I could try that.
Give it a whirl. The worst that could happen.
Uh,
I love tasking.
give me a sec to think. Okay.
No, when Birdie laughs.
We all weep.
Okay. I think what Birdie's gonna do is he's gonna hold out his flamethrower and he's gonna look at the guy who had just whacked him real good, and he's gonna go, "I'm about to set your friends here on fire." Looking at the 3 guys to the right. "If I were you, I would go fetch a bucket of water." And he's gonna cast suggestion on him.
Ooh.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
is tight.
Is that a wisdom save?
It's a wisdom save. No dex for these guys.
Yeah.
That's a 6.
Then he is. I don't believe he gets advantage. Not for a suggestion. For charm person, you do, but no.
If he's actively being fought.
You get advantage for charm person on that, but not for suggestion.
Excuse me.
Tight.
Yeah.
So tight.
Yeah, he is charmed. Well, he's not charmed, but or
Yeah.
is it?
So he
Sort of
the
charmed.
target on a failed save, it pursues the course of action you described to the best of its ability. The suggested
get a
target
bucket
of
of water.
action. Yeah. So he needs to go fetch a bucket of water.
Brandon just says, Bertie, do I hit him?
No.
Wait, I think you can, can't you?
No.
You
If
cannot.
you or any of the
cannot-
companions damage the
sorry.
target, guys, he's getting
Yeah.
some water. Don't mess with him.
Okay.
So that's my
Yeah.
action.
That's
Okay.
amazing.
What's the one you
Uh,
can hit? I thought there was one, but not right now.
My
Yeah, I don't remember.
bonus action, I'm gonna go ahead and pop a well, let's see. I'm gonna move here. So we can have a better line here. Although shit, they get a thing if they're within 5 feet.
Mhm, that's
Is
sneak
that
attack.
it?
Well, if you have an ally within 5
Within
feet of your
5
target,
feet of your target.
yeah,
Yeah, it's sneak
you're
attack.
taking advantage of that distraction to do a really precise shot
I
or
hate
stab.
that.
Yeah.
It's not a
I think
Fucking rogues, man.
I think what Birdie's gonna do then instead, he's gonna cast a mantle of inspiration, his final one, to again, you can't see Galatar, so Brina, myself, Alexa, the unicorn, and Keytree. I'll get 11 temporary hit points. You can immediately use your reaction to move up to your speed without provoking an attack of opportunity, which Birdie will avail himself of. And he goes, all right, guys, you keep holding the line. You're doing great. And he's going to skedaddle. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. He's going to move. Are there still guys in the hallway? Cool. Okay, yeah, he's going to move over here behind the wall. Hey, Brita, you got this. Total faith in you. Hold that line, girl.
I'm feeling inspired.
Now, as you move into the hall and you look north, the 4 archers that were there and the 5th with full armor that had been behind them, badly wounded, fleeing, are no longer visible.
Yeah. That will
That's
end
worse.
my turn. Yeah, I know, right? Carefully worded, no longer visible.
Right.
Yeah, you don't see them. They
Correct.
could be gone. They could be gone. They could be hidden. They could be
Yep.
magically concealed.
Any number of things that I'm sure we
Yeah.
will shortly discover.
That brings it to my foundry.
Suggestion concentration.
Oops.
I don't. It is. We're getting a nod.
Yes.
I have a
Sig-
question.
Suggestion
Yes.
is
Second level.
concentration at second level, but mass is not.
Okay,
Yes.
then I tell you what, I'm gonna use even a little bit more of my movement then, if that's allowed. I was here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, you were here just below the charmed guy.
okay, I was here. So let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45.
There we go.
I'm gonna move over here, I guess. Yeah, that's good for me.
I have a question.
Yes.
So this isn't under actions. This is just under the unicorn's page. Like, it's not labeled anything. If it says it can cast like spells at will
Mm.
or like once a day, is action like on its turn?
Yeah, it's whatever the spell normally
Okay.
is. At will just means it doesn't require a spell slot. It's like a
Okay.
cantrip.
Right.
is-
Yeah.
Okay.
That is good to know.
Actually,
Thank
just
you.
read a question about that the other day.
It would be nice if D&D Beyond let you make things that were not at will.
Well then.
Yeah. See, we'll go here. This last guy will. Now that there is no bonfire, he will. Well, no, he's not going to step up. Let me move this corpse out of the way. He is going to step over to here, try to hit Galatar. Shit, he's rolled disadvantage. Does not hit. Does not hit. It does not hit. Guy moves. Brings it to Galatar's.
Okay, now that I'm no longer lethargic, how bad do these two guys like? Oh, that guy suggested. Never mind, I forgot. He is, and then this guy looks.
He's pretty hale. He has
Pretty
not
hale.
taken much damage at all. A little bit of acid. Yeah.
Ugh, but I'm really worried about this unicorn. Don't want the unicorn to die. Okay.
It's at like 50.
Yeah, that was a little over half.
Yeah, but
It's
there's
a-
so many of these like guys that do sneak attack damage and they hit for like 20 or 30 damage.
Yeah, it's true.
So I'm gonna risk an attack of opportunity from those two guys. I don't know if the suggested guy would take an attack of opportunity at all, but
He would not. He is doing stuff.
I'll risk one from Grapply Boy.
He's got errands to run.
That does hit for 5 bludgeon. Well, no, sorry. So you're
My
not
AC
hasted.
is only 21.
Okay, this will hit.
Yeah.
Just 5 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. And then I will, let me go ahead and mark that real quick. 5 damage. Okay. Then I'm going to use my green flame blade on this boy.
Okay.
Is he none of them are more hurt than any of the others, right? Out
Yeah,
of
it's
these
all about
three?
the same.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so with advantage, it's a 23 or a 26. Okay. Ooh, that is 12 points of piercing damage to that guy. Plus, yeah, that was bad. 3 points of fire damage. Really balances itself out. And then
You're
put
not
the green
concentrating, are
flame.
you? Oh yeah, 'cause
I
you're
am.
invisible.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right, but I can't. Yeah, it's 4 plus 13, so it's 17 con save. You'd have to hit me for more than 28 points of damage to break my concentration at a minimum.
Right.
But so sorry, the guy right below him will take 2 and what is that? 6. So 8 plus 5, 13 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and take my extra attack on the guy right in front of me as well. And that will be 24 to hit.
Yep.
6 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Some hefty hits. He's looking pretty rough.
Yeah. And then I guess he'll just seeing, I suppose, the confessor like laughing and Roland handing him this blade. He'll just kind of think in his head to the confessor, it may take me a little while to get there, but once I do, I will kill you. And after you're dead, I will find a way to redeem Roland, even if it costs me my life. But it will be after I have soaked my blade in your blood. And then he will end his turn, continuing to try to kill this man.
All right. I will say you did recognize that the object that was handed to the confessor was Roland's prism blade
Oh, okay.
that you had trained with him, I think, once before with a scene.
Yeah.
So at this point, that brings it to Brina's turn. I'm not gonna fuck with that other stuff.
Hello.
Too much going on.
Bro, can I just say, your timing looks ass. I'm gonna freak out.
Oh, freak out.
He sucks so hard. All right. So there's so many of them.
Yeah, moving the dead bodies.
I'm gonna move here and flank with Galatar and just accept the consequences of my actions, which is that everyone will hurt me and my feelings. But I'm gonna hit this guy for 2. No whammies.
Okay, yeah.
Oh shit.
28 will definitely hit. 16 will do him in.
Yeah.
All right. With that, I'll turn and hit this guy. And it shouldn't have been a 19. Well, I'll attack reckless, and I don't know.
You can only choose to go reckless on your first attack, and it affects all the rest of the attacks for the turn.
Cool. I guess you can go with the lower.
I rolled a 17 for the first one.
17? 17 hits. Yeah, you're fine.
Cool.
Sorry. Yeah. 19. 19 will do it. So
Oh, fuck.
Galatar slides up and just butters this bread, and you come in behind and put it down, one after another.
I just point my sword at this guy and say, "You're next, motherfucker." And that'll be my turn.
Okay.
Simple woman.
That guy. You watch as Galatar slides up in front of him and just starts carving up his friends. Brina rushes around on the backside and just bam, bam, 2 guys hit the ground. She looks at this guy and threatens him, and he goes, and he drops his dagger and he just takes off.
Well, I can't hit him because he's not within 5 feet of me.
Can I take my attack of opportunity?
I hope.
And
That is a natural 20.
Oh.
For 5 plus 4 is 9, plus 8 is 17 points of damage.
Mm. Yeah, you fetch him a nasty blow across the back, and it's just wearing a tunic, so you see most of his shirt sort of rip in half, and there's this deep gash through one of his flanks. He catches and bumps into his big beefy ally there, grabs him by the vest, just, come on man, we've got to get out of here. These people are crazy, and starts sprinting away. And he will take the dash action.
I mean, we are crazy. He's not wrong. We fucking rolled into their hideout.
Yeah.
You're fucking crazy.
The charmed gentleman,
Calmly
hearing
strolls.
Bertie's threat, like, set these on fire. No, they need some water. And he starts to sprint in the opposite direction. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 10, 25, 30. This
Later
guy
scare.
here now standing alone, seeing his allies just flee,
No more sneak attack for you, motherfucker.
drops his dagger on the floor and puts his hands up. Surrender. Surrender, enough. And he just stands there, taking the dodge action.
Friend, you played your cards.
Several turns ago, so I'm gonna fuck his shit up when the time comes.
5, 10, 15, 20. Bertie, you see at the north end of the hall, one of these archers kind of like, he's got his bow and he's leaning around the corner looking, and you see him turn and call back. They're not following. I'm still here fighting though. And he turns around and makes back the way he came.
Okay.
I would say, as close as you are, you then hear, we hold here. And that brings it to Alexa's turn.
All right. I'm gonna let them deal with old green shirt there, and I'm gonna shoot a firebolt at old red boy.
Okay.
Man, is that really? Yeah, that's what I want to
Definitely
do.
hits.
23. Yeah. 16 fire damage to him.
Firebolt slams into his chest, knocks him against the wall, and you see a big scorched area on his tunic.
Let's
In
kind
addition
of
to
grin
some
at
of the
him
other stuff. Yeah.
and stay where I am. Simple turn.
Okay. Kala. Alone in the library
Uh,
with the other...
I think you might have skipped that guy's turn.
Which guy's turn?
This one in there with me.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
I don't think
Yes.
he. Yeah,
No,
I think he
went
skipped
with
his
the
turn.
other guys who ran away. So yeah, not knowing what the hell's going on out there, he will run up to you and try to attack you. He doesn't get any sneak attack. Actually, you know what's even better? So I think, was it here that's where he was?
I think so.
Yeah. With the door open, he can see his allies in the hallway running. And seeing what you just did to his friend, he, in a fit of panic, grabs his dagger and throws it at you.
That was a mistake.
It was at this moment he fucked up.
What little chance you had, you've now given up.
Yeah, and it goes wide, and he starts sprinting.
Colin's such a badass.
Oh, he's running away.
Yeah, he's just sprinting out. Yeah, he threw his dagger. He's currently unarmed, and he is fleeing for his life, which will bring it to your turn.
Okay. I would like to bonus action hide while I'm in this room and no one can see me.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're hidden.
I would just swing my short sword at him since he's close.
Yeah, sure. Definitely hits.
29 damage.
Right. Yeah, you lunge forward, and your blade sinks like 3 inches into one of his thighs as he's running away, and catches like he starts limping as he's trying to get away. He's still up, but he's pretty hurt.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay, that brings it to the unicorn.
Okay.
And then Keitry.
So the man in front of us, the man in green, right? He like took the dodge action, dropped his weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. The unicorn is going to use its action to cast healing touch on Keitry.
Okay.
So she gets 6 hit points.
That's rough.
Yeah.
And if he's dropped his weapon, does that mean he wouldn't get an attack of opportunity?
No, he has surrendered. His hands are in the
Okay.
air.
All right, that means the unicorn is gonna just I'm gonna move Keitry there because I'm assuming they go together. And the unicorn's kind of just gonna move back here so that its front end is on the square in front of Keitry, right there. So I don't think I can move.
Right there?
Uh,
Or you're on it.
I want to be. There you
Yeah.
go. I want it to have a 5-foot range to hit this man if needed.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I don't know why I stuck her there. I don't think I can. Okay, she's just gonna, yeah, act like she's hanging off the side of a unicorn, even though she's not. That will
All good.
end the unicorn's turn, so it gets back its legendary actions, and it comes to Keitry's turn, and can she reach that man in red? If she's on the back of the unicorn?
I would say with you on the back of that unicorn, specifically where he is, would be just out of range.
Okay, that's what I figured. So she will just go ahead and use concentration, and she will cast Create Bonfire on him.
Yeah.
So he needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
He rolls a 24.
Oh, that
18 on the
sucks.
die.
Well, he doesn't. Okay. Yep. Bonus action, cast Shillelagh on her staff, and I don't know. Let's see. At the end of her turn, does the unicorn want to do anything? It will make a hooves attack against that man.
Okay.
The man in red.
15 hits.
Cool.
9 damage. Yeah. It backs away from the man who surrendered, just kicks him up against the wall. For sure. Yeah, he's
Better
looking rough.
surrender too.
So that would be both of our turns.
Okay. At this point, you all hear the familiar voice of the infector as it says, "Good. Let the hate flow through you. Give in to your anger. I await you all in the bastion of the penitent."
Wait,
And
is that
brings
even
it-
here?
I don't know.
Yeah, honestly.
We go to the wrong fortress.
I think we're in the
Damn
wrong
it.
place, guys.
Bertie.
Okay.
We just delivered this can of whoop ass.
I'll let's see how's there. Okay, Keitry's looking kind of bad, so I don't know, I might have gone a little too far away there. Yeah. I will move kind of back this way. 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to there. Key tree doesn't look great. Campfire doesn't look great. It looks okay. I'll give a first level. Guys, I'm running out of spells. No, I think we're okay because we only got one boy left. I'll tell you what I want to do. Yeah. Okay, so I can hear down here there were some people, right? Like around this corner. They were like, we'll hold here.
Yeah, the archers
yes,
are
yes.
down there.
I
Okay.
gotta zoom out so I can see where you're clicking.
Yeah. So they're up here, right? Ish. Somewhere around that corner.
Yeah.
So I think what Birdie's gonna do, and give me a little leeway here, Dan. Let me play in this space. Is he's gonna he wants to like kind of echo with his voice, and he's gonna kind of yell down that way. You say, "They're almost defeated. Summon the Balrog," and he's gonna use his favorite of Lissa to conjure a silent image of a giant shadow on the far western wall, like here, where they would be able to like peek out and see this giant shadow, and it kind of is getting bigger, moving that way.
Okay. Is this silent image?
Yeah. So there's no noise.
Okay, so it can move?
I believe so. Yeah.
Or can it can move within its space, within its cube?
Yes, you can use an action to cause the image to move to any spot within range.
Okay, so but you have to use your action on following turns to make it move through the range to do stuff.
Yeah, so for example, if you create an image of a creature and move it, you can alter the image so that it appears to be walking. Is like part of the spell
as you
description.
cast the spell now, this creature forms and it's like standing there, breathing and hulking. And then if you want later, you can use an action to kind of move it forward. Now, is that concentration?
It is. No, it is. No, JK, I can't do that.
Okay.
Look, that was gonna be cool, man. Shit. All right. Well, piss. I guess what I'll do then instead is I will. Who's still fighting? I don't even know. Is this guy's name?
This guy down here is getting beaten by the horse, and the guy in front of Kala is getting attacked by Kala.
But they're also running away.
I'll try. Yeah, I know, right? They're trying to run away. I'll hold an action with my. You know what? No, I'm gonna blast the guy that Kala's fighting with my Inquest Persuader.
Okay. All right.
Blast him.
22.
Hey,
Get wrecked.
22 hits.
Eat shit. 12 force damage.
You blow him away.
As he's
Kala
running, he's
catches
like
him with his sword, and he's like limping. He's like, oh shit! What? Yeah, you hit him, and he just falls over.
Surrender's no longer an option, and he'll use his bonus action to pump another round into the Persuader.
I love it. Okay. Yeah, you guys can just vaguely hear like some muttered orders kind of being shouted from down and around the hall there. Not quite sure what's being said, but there is some noise. And I would say the sound of boots retreating.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I mean, what's our kill count tonight, Pat?
Fuck me, bro. We've wiped out a village.
Yeah, you guys are going to be so impressed with yourselves when I explain all of this shit.
You keep saying that, Ryan, but come on now.
Well, it's taking all our research. We're going to get fucking ass beat by the Confessor.
I have one feat spell left, and that's it.
So yeah, this guy here, being hit, he is going to move this direction, get closer to Keytree, and he's going to try to grab you and rip you off this horse.
Am I get an attack of opportunity?
He has not left your range. He's just gotten
Oh, this
closer.
fucker. Okay, well,
So you can make either an athletics check or an acrobatics check. Your decision. And I would say make it with advantage because of where you are. It's
well,
fine.
the
You made
first
it.
one is a 20.
You made it. So he.
Okay.
Well, so now we're gonna do another because he gets 3 different attacks.
Does this one
So-
also get advantage?
Yes. Yeah. You're with advantage, and he's with disadvantage because he's reaching up to try to
Uh-huh.
grab you from this mount.
Another 20.
He does not succeed. And then for his last, one more time.
Last time.
That's 19.
Yeah, so he reaches up and grabs onto you and just like pull your leg out. And he grabs onto your tunic and you rip it out of his hand. And he grabs onto you with both hands and you just like push his face backwards. And he is unable to maintain your grip as the horse kind of shifts and knocks him aside. That's the end of that.
Can the horse now use one of its legendary actions to kick him with its hoof?
So the guy, as he moves over, he's trying all this. He's looking over the horse's head to the skinny guy that just surrendered. And he's like, "You fucking chicken shit, Frank! You go get what's coming to you!" And then he tries to grab onto you. So yeah, the horse can use its legendary action now.
Oh, mercy.
13 is just what you needed, so it hits.
He takes 8 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, so he says all this and then he knocks aside and doesn't get to grab you. Yeah, he kind of like clacks his head on the wall a little bit. Ow!
Okay.
That brings it to Galatar's turn.
So Galatar, not really paying attention to anything else, is going to walk up here next to the guy that's trying to surrender. And he's going to light his blade up with green flame blade energy and put it right next to the guy's neck. And just say, "You have one chance. Tell me what to find the confessor on my father, or I cut off your head." And then he's going to just hold his action as like his green flame blade cantrip for after this guy has a chance to speak.
Okay. For the sake of keeping things moving, and I don't have to remember this for the next.
Mhm.
Oh no, I guess they're coming soon in initiative. They go after
Okay.
Brina, so we're cool. Okay. And actually, Brina, you're up.
Oh, seeing Galatar charge for the guy who's supposed to be surrendering. Be like, "Hell yeah, no mercy, Gally, woohoo!" And I'm gonna chase after this bitch. Just hit him. Hit
Yeah.
him good. I'm gonna reckless attack.
One good hit probably take him out. Yeah. Okay. Roll your damage, an 18. Yeah, that did it.
Cool.
So he's just like, rubbing the back of his head, and he turns and looks. You just skewer him, and he falls over.
Brutal. I'm just gonna turn back. Whoa. Get around town and maybe move like right here. Watch
You
me
turn
go.
back, stalking forward with your frosty longsword, your greatsword in one hand, your wolf-like face, kind of. And you see this guy up against the wall with a green flame blade, just like sitting on his shoulder.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
I'm gonna look at him and be like, "Your boss told me to give in to my anger, and that is not super hard to do." Right now. Anyways. Yeah, it's my turn.
So, on his turn, he just kind of like tries to lean further into the wall. He's like, I don't know. He goes where he wants. He's probably in his quarters that way. And he points over your shoulder down to the south. through the
Down this way?
Yes, yeah, down that way.
Cool. After he tells me, I want to cut him with my blade.
Okay.
Cut him
That's what you
death?
said.
That is a 20 to hit.
That'll hit, yeah.
That is 6 points of piercing damage plus another 13 points of fire damage.
He is dead.
Oh God.
like press it into his neck, and you just feel.
Brina's gonna shout out.
Galatar, you should have asked him where the Bastion of the Penitent is.
Yeah, I didn't think you were actually gonna do it, man.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
Gnarly.
No response.
Birdie having
Okay.
just blasted this guy who was running away.
Let's see,
Like
5,
Bercy's
10,
giving off
15,
real
20,
big,
25, 30, 5, 10,
not
15.
Bercy. Birdie's giving off big Percy DeRollo vibes. Dear God.
Percival.
I think Birdie and Galatar both. A little no
I
mercy
was saying
Percy
more
action right
like
here.
No
Galatar.
mercy,
You
Percy.
don't, yeah, it's not like, we're losing now. It's like, fuck off. You're just being mean.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then my network connection's being super slow. 10, 20, 25. So yeah. Give me 1 second.
I think we've killed like 17 people tonight.
Yeah, the
Oh,
blood is on our
shit
hands.
load.
Does that bring our grand total to like 36?
Yeah, 19
Mhm.
the before and 17. I think
Yep.
17.
Damn.
They're all like
A lot of people.
racist, so I'm not like
Right?
big
Yeah.
sad about the bloodshed.
Also, like, how
Actually,
inefficient are the Lion Guard and the Seraph? Like, they don't.
You guys are
Took
like
them forever. We like strolled in and murdered all the
God
people.
tier heroes here.
It's the 18, baby.
We are
Yeah, you,
basically.
we
you
though?
guys gather from like the amount of hit points and the damage these guys are doing, they would annihilate average soldiers.
I mean, they got pretty close to annihilating us.
I'm knock on my fake wooden desk. None of us have gone unconscious.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, you
I
spent a lot of
was-
resources to prevent that, but you guys
Uh-huh.
We have.
are yeah. Which, speaking of, comes to Alexa's turn.
Speaking of spending resources, yeah, no, but for the sake of more fun, I run up to Galatar and I try to grapple him, and I'm yelling, "Gally, this isn't you! What are you doing?" So yeah, I'm trying to grapple Galatar. What it was?
Ooh.
I would like to resist
Athletics.
that grapple.
Yeah, I'm not good at this. This is not.
That is a 24.
Yeah, you are.
Damn, son.
Not even like an attempt. I touched your
Gally,
like
Gally
cloak.
going to the dark side. You were my brother.
Yeah.
Again.
You were
Yeah.
the chosen one.
Galatar is filled with rage and a little preoccupied. He keeps saying mental images.
I
Yeah.
have the
True.
high ground.
I have the high ground.
Hi,
Oh shit, I'm gonna lose my legs.
I mean, Alexa's right at that height, man.
You know, Alexa would be basically lava. I think that all makes sense.
It's true.
Specializes
That's a
in
good
fire
point.
magic.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, just a little drama.
Kala, and the unicorn's next.
You will try. I'm sorry. I'm
My
reading,
new empire.
I'm reading the dialogue right now.
Bonus action hide.
Yeah. Yeah.
3. Okay, and I'm
Hidden
running
from those who can't see you.
up this way, and I'm gonna use feline agility.
Okay. As you peer around that corner, you see an empty hallway, but there are several open doors along the north wall, and at the end there's just an open archway with no door. Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, I can see that guy through
Yep,
that door.
nope. He is not supposed to be there.
Oh.
He is supposed to be down here. I've just been losing track of so many people.
60.
There's the symbol. Yeah, so you find yourself in a long hallway. There are
Yeah.
several closed. Sorry, there are a couple of open doors along the north wall. A closed door to your south, and then the hallway bends. Directly ahead of you here, you see that there is an open set of doors, and inside you can just make out what looks like a low wooden, like a wardrobe,
Mm.
and then a couple of room dividers that are seen just off to the left and right of the door. As you round back here, you can see through that door a kind of wide room with more red and white marble tiles in a checkered pattern in a sort of T shape. And at the long end of the T facing away from you, there's a 10-foot wide marble dais piled with heavy red cushions. And behind it are two large marble statues, each holding out a lantern, and an arrow slit wall, or in the wall just between them, emitting a bit of daylight from outside.
I will hold an attack with my short bow for if I see anything, because that's as far as I can run.
Okay. Let me click your token. Yeah, so the door to the north of you immediately, you see is a smaller room with similar checker pattern tile floor, a pair of arrow slits on the wall to the north let in a little daylight. And as you run down this hall, I think you would have seen at one extreme of this room was a statue of a heavily armored man with a sword kind of braced on the ground before him. And that brings it to the unicorn's turn.
Okay.
Horn.
The unicorn is gonna move up next to Alexa up here and be facing towards Galatar so that they can cast they're gonna use their action and they're going to use Dispel Evil and Good on Galatar.
Okay.
Thinking that he's under some sort of like enchantment or
Hey, this is fucking great.
It's a good idea. I have no idea what I'm under.
We don't
And
have.
you
We
can
don't know
touch a
what's
creature
going
you can
on.
reach that is charmed, frightened, or possessed by a celestial, an elemental fae, a fiend, or an undead. The creature you touch is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed by such creatures.
That sounds good to me.
I think it needs to make a
Okay.
Galatar might need to make a charisma save.
But you can have it. I can't make a charisma save. 13.
Will it take 2 rounds to do this because it's an action to cast the spell on yourself?
Range area, it's something you can touch.
What is?
Casting time is 1 action and the duration is 1 minute. Shimmering energy surrounds and protects you.
You cast it on yourself, I think, and then you take another action to do one of the other 2
it takes
things.
an action to cast it.
Okay.
Mm.
And then you can end the spell early by using either of the. Okay. Well, would the unicorn be allowed to like cast it and end it on the same?
You're talking about the break enchantment feature?
Yes.
Okay, so no, it's an action to cast it, and then it would have to wait till its next turn to use an action to break any enchantment.
Okay. Well, it's gonna do that. It's trying to be helpful.
Cool.
So that's the unicorn's turn. Petrie.
Okay.
Do we still hear people fighting or anything?
I would say at this point, no. I will turn that noise off because at this point, it is pretty quiet, and Kala has all but disappeared.
And we can't see Birdie or Kala.
Yeah, you can see me. I'm right
Can't see
over here.
Galatar.
All right, yeah, Birdie's.
Is Galatar still invisible?
Oh, well then.
Galatar. Oh. Galatar should be invisible until the end of round 19.
I
Oh,
can
and
see
you're not
Galatar,
dropping it?
but he is still invisible.
Yeah, he's got 10 rounds of invisibility, and he cast it on the 10th round.
Okay, dokie.
Oh.
And Kitri is going to I'm gonna go ahead and cast. Oh, that's a 3rd level. No, we actually will do that. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Healing Spirit
Okay.
at 3rd level. And it's gonna take the
Oh.
shape of a cute little like bunny rabbit.
Oh,
I'm gonna stick it right in front of Brina. And until the spell
Drawing
ends.
tool. Yeah. There you go.
Until can heal a number of times equal to 1 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. So it can heal 6 times.
Yep.
And Kitri will go ahead and hop off of the unicorn and give it a nice pat, but she will go touch the bunny rabbit and take those 4 points of healing. And anyone can use if you guys move into the space, you get the healing.
No.
Yeah.
You don't have to use a bonus action or anything.
It's just
Until
when
the
you
spell
move
ends,
into
whenever
it.
you or a
Space,
creature you
cool.
can see moves into the spirit space.
No action required. I see that.
2d6 healing.
And that's like you guys don't take the 4. You would roll the. Oh, it only rolled a 1d6, didn't it?
No, it rolled a 1 and a 3.
Yeah, I
Oh,
rolled 2d6.
on that one. Wow,
Yeah.
that really sucks. But I'll take it. All right. That's gonna be the end of. I guess Kitri would have moved. Hold on. I gotta scoot her over. I'm sorry, guys. Gonna
Cool.
scoot her right there. And then I don't think. What the heck? The unicorn at the end of Kitri's turn will use its 3 legendary actions to go ahead and just heal self.
Okay. For 8 more?
Yes.
Right. It's looking better. At this point, you all once again hear the voice of the Confessor. With each passing moment, you make yourself more my servant. It is unavoidable. It is your destiny. You, like your father, are now mine. And that brings it to the top of the round. Birdie.
Suck my dick, old man.
Betty, I don't think you'd actually want him to suck your dick. He might not be very good at it.
I mean, honestly, you're probably right, Keitra. You probably wouldn't be great at it. I'll move there 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I will pop in there to get those hit points. Thank you, Keitra.
Hello to everybody.
Hello.
That's my action. Oh, I'm sorry, that's my movement. My action. What will my action be? There's nobody else like dangerous around, yeah? They're not immediately
Yeah, not
Galatar.
that you're aware of.
Galatar, but I can't see Galatar, so
No, that's right. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Okay. Do you think I'll turn to Alexa and I'll go, do you think the Confessor is like within 600 feet of here?
I have a really terrible feeling he's got another teleportation circle.
Oh, could be. Could be. Hmm. Well, I'll give it a. Yeah, I'll give this a try just to. I got nothing else to do really. I mean, I'm okay. How's Brina doing? I'll tell you what. I'll hit Brina with a little juice.
Hey man, I'm all right.
You sure you don't want a little
Juicer.
juice? I'm gonna give you a little juice.
Ooh,
I'll give you a first level cure wound.
thanks, man.
12 healing to you, ma'am.
Oh, thanks, man.
That is my turn.
Okay. They do. Oh, I can. No. Okay. Yeah. Shit.
Not the boulders yet.
The boo.
Galatar.
Okay, I'm gonna use 40 feet of movement to go there and then look down the hall.
You
And then I
that
just
there-
see empty doors, huh?
Yeah, there are a couple of closed doors, and the hallway extends pretty far to the south and seems to widen out into a slightly larger area.
When he pointed, was he just like pointing to the hallway, or was he pointing in like a specific direction? Like, was he pointing more south so that I might think it would be down here at the bottom or over
Yeah, he's
here?
just kind of pointing in the direction of that hallway heading south.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I got 40 more feet if I dash. Oops. No. So that would be 40 more feet. Okay. So I'll just use the dash action to go down here. And that will end my turn.
Okay.
Or actually, I guess he'll say it in his head too. I'm coming for you. But scared.
Yeah. I would
Scary.
say as you pass this open door, you can see into another what looks like a dormitory room. You've seen into this door from the other hallway. It's just a couple of tables, a vanity, series of bunk beds. Each one has like you can see at this angle a couple of wooden chests underneath, like storage lockers and things like that. It's clearly a living space.
Cool.
All right. Brina.
I'm definitely gonna get up in the healing rabbit zone.
Rapid healing.
Rabbit healing, please. Given. I can't see Galatar, but did I hear where his footsteps were heading?
Yeah, probably. You hear them
Oh.
receding.
Okay. I'm gonna follow in that direction. Not like yeah, I'm gonna follow in that direction.
Okay.
And get about right there and just shout out like, "Hey, Gally, come back. Gally, it's cool. I hear your footprints. Come on, man." That's all I got. I guess you could consider it a shitty persuasion roll if you want to make any bones about it, but
Well, player to player, you don't really have to influence each other like that. You can just react as you would.
Gally, yeah. And with that, I'm gonna drop both my wolf form and my rage. Oof.
Okay.
Feel a lot better after that fight. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to give in to my rage and hate now. Whew.
Let's see.
That's the end of my turn.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. And then 5, 10, 15. Okay, and then there. Alexa and Kala's on deck.
Yeah, I will 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's running all the way down the hallway. That's my turn.
Okay. Yeah, you can just kind of hear footsteps receding.
Oh, I see him.
Oh, that's right, because you
I have true sight up.
got it. Right. Okay. Kala.
All right, hearing them all shout about something,
Hmm.
I'm gonna come back down this way.
Okay.
It's 40 feet of movement. I just saw the guy down here. That poor guy.
Yeah, as you come back into this hallway and start
Oh,
making
the
your way, you
bucket
see
guy.
the charmed guy
Bucket
carrying
guy.
the bucket full of water, and
I
he's
forgot.
stumping
I
his way up the
I
hall. He's got like a
totally did
5-gallon
too.
bucket, and he's
I love it.
carrying it in his hands.
Pop it when he sees everyone.
I'm gonna bonus action dash. I'm still hidden from last turn, I assume.
Yeah, as long as you haven't moved out into sight where he can see you. Up to that point, yes, you would still be hidden.
Okay.
And you do see, I haven't said this to anybody, but the doorway is open, so several of you who are up in the hallway at this point, you could see that to the east that there's like a big storage room with crates lining the walls. The door is open to it, and you notice it as you pass.
I'm gonna shoot bucket guy.
Okay.
No, don't shoot bucket guy.
Oh, that was supposed to, I rolled disadvantage instead of advantage, so that should be
29.
29.
Okay, yeah, either way, all of those will hit him.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
All of them fuck his day up.
No, I feel my
36
concentration.
damage.
Vanish.
All right, because you're hidden. Yeah, 36. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he's
Yeah,
no
so
longer suggested.
Yeah, he's got the bucket. He's and you skid to a stop as you see him, and he and just oh, and you see like there's just this moment of what the fuck, and then he falls down dead.
Oh, it spills water. on himself.
Oh,
Yeah, bucket
drops the
drop.
bucket.
Yeah, like he looks down at the bucket like really confused as to why he's carrying it, and then hits the ground.
Last moment was confusion.
Poor guy.
You can also see, looking all the way down at the end of the hall, that the two massive front doors are now just standing wide open.
Oh,
Interesting.
because people ran. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that one guy.
Oh, they're like, yeah, I can see a guy outside.
Yeah, that one guy. He is increasingly getting very, very small.
How? But they're on an island. I thought. I'm really confused now.
Yeah. You
go
know what the outside of
swim?
this place looks like.
Alcatraz, that shit.
So yeah, some of them are running outside. What are you guys doing?
I mean, we don't need to kill all of them per se, just as long as they're not attacking us, right? At least for the moment.
I
Why don't we
think some of
We
them have
can't let
probably set an
Regitar
ambush
get away,
for
though.
us later.
Well, we can deal with that
Yeah.
later. I don't know. Brina and Alexa are chasing Galatar.
I know. He went all Leroy.
He did go a little Leroy.
Yeah.
And now
You heard the story of the char named Leroy?
Leroy Shank.
What a guy.
Leroy Shankins.
Yes, of course, I'm
Yeah.
familiar with all
Actually
the
did.
Char tales. Quite a real moral to be learned there, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if the confessor isn't influencing him somehow. I was able to. I picked up on a little bit of bullshittery in some of what he was saying. We should head that way.
All right.
I'm watchdog pointing too, like down the hallway.
So, at the moment, we are out of initiative, technically. is it your intent that all of you are going to follow after Galatar?
I
Well,
was gonna have the
the-
unicorn follow him until he could touch Galatar and do the whole like
Does
spell whatever. I'm not sure if that's gonna work, but
let me ask that? Does this unicorn have like a certain limit of spell slots of how often it can heal people?
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's 3 times a day.
Yeah.
It can heal itself
Can heal
as much as it
itself.
wants.
I was
but
gonna
3
say that
times a
could be
day.
clutch if it could give us a
It's-
boost.
It's
No,
used
just itself.
one, so it has
It's used
2
once,
more
so it has
healing.
2 more.
2 more touches.
Because
Might
you
as
could
well
use
use them
it,
before it
Keytree. Yeah, honestly,
disappears. Yeah. We have about
Key-
30 seconds,
Keytree
I
should
think, in the first.
hit that.
First 100 Gs.
Except it's
Yeah.
concentrating on the dispel good
They
and
could still
evil.
cast the healing touch thing.
It's concentration though, can't it?
Well,
Healing touch.
The healing touch isn't though, so it
Yeah.
can go ahead and do
Okay.
that.
All right. Well, I guess then the unicorn will heal me.
touch it, touch it, touch it, touch
Okay.
me.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. And if no one else is going to, Keytrue will then just
I say
guess-
someone needs it.
You should hit it
into
again,
it.
honestly.
Yeah.
Are you
I
lowest?
reach into the
Mhm.
thing for the healing spirit. I cast that at 3rd level, right? All of you should have been getting 2d6.
Yep.
Okay, just making
Oh,
sure.
the healing
Ooh.
spirit. If anyone needs to hit the healing spirit, everyone should be.
Yeah.
Well, except for Galatar, because of course he's not coming back for anything. But
Has it been
9 more
used
of
like
those.
once?
So that's got 2 more charges.
Like,
I
I'm good.
think only Birdie's touched it. I thought.
I touched it
Really sorry.
twice
Yeah.
now. Brina touched it once, and Birdie
Mhm.
touched it. So
Can you hit it again?
Yeah.
Shit, I'm gonna hit it again.
Well, it's
on
got
your
one more. I
when
guess
on
then.
your like when you move.
Okay, I wouldn't
You
mind
hit it
hitting
again,
it
it'll
again.
have 1 left.
Yeah, I'm hitting it again. Somebody else can hit it like 1 more time. Does did we get 9?
Or you roll.
I roll or Keytree rolls.
Oh, you can roll it if you want, but I can roll it for you.
Yeah, if you've got the macro for it.
Hit and spirit.
Because I only took 4 for the last one.
Ooh, you got 7. And the unicorn's gonna use its movement to get this door is open here, right? The one that
Yes.
leads into the dormitory. The unicorn's gonna try and cut through the room.
Yeah, we're not really in initiative at the moment,
Okay.
so
the
if you guys all
unicorn's
want to
gonna
follow
cut through the-
Galatar, you can just move your tokens that way.
Keitry's gonna just go in the frickin' place and lay down on a bed. She's
Okay.
getting on a bed. The unicorn's gonna go all the way over here.
Yeah,
if it
it's
can.
still a little warm.
The bed.
Yeah,
it
you
wet?
notice like all of the beds in this chamber have been very hastily their sheets thrown aside, and like as you sit down, you notice that like where the body would lay is still kind of warm, like
She
someone
doesn't
just
care.
got out of bed in this room.
She doesn't care. They're probably dead.
Hmm,
But yeah.
Not wrong.
Is this bottom door locked?
He's
Ren?
there at the bottom door.
So as you guys all kind
Yes.
of make your way into this hallway behind Galatar, you find your way into this more wider chamber at the southern end of this hall. Doorway to the west, doorway to the south, and you pass a doorway to your east. You make for the south door, and as your friends start to filter into the hall behind you, do you just grab a handle and open it?
I think he like tries to kick it in.
Okay. Like without trying to open it, you just like take the foot to
Like
it.
tries to kick it in so that his blade is still free, that if he sees something, he can like lunge at it.
Make an athletics check.
Can the unicorn be about where
Oh,
Kala is?
surprisingly good. That is a 16 minus 1 for a 15.
15. All right, hang on.
And then I guess since she can, she
Still
would
breaks his
bonus
leg.
action move the bunny into the room with her. Because there's one more charge on it, right?
Do we want to try and take a rest before we?
We don't have a choice here.
Everybody looks pretty good after.
Just because I keep guys
That's
can't
true.
hear me.
Yeah. I all I know is
Uh,
if yeah.
Sorry. There's too much going on at once.
Yeah.
So
Wanted
the
out of
healing
initiative
spirit.
order.
You said it has
Is-
how many charges left?
One left, and I'm just gonna move it into the like dormitory where Kitri is.
Okay.
Does the unicorn still have one charge
Yes.
left of healing? It looks like Key Tree is the lowest at this point.
Brina might be
Galantar's the
lowest.
lowest.
Or Gatwell.
Okay.
Still invisible though.
Yeah.
I mean, if it wants to get me again, I ain't gonna be mad about it. But I'd like to chase after Galaga.
Yeah, I can't see Brina, so.
Yeah, Brina's the lowest, other than
Then the
Galatar.
unicorn should probably heal.
Yeah,
Brina.
should get Brina.
Then the
Yeah, probably
unicorn will
gonna go
Brina in
sip
the
on that
heal.
hallway
minute.
over here.
Hello, unicorn.
Brina, you get
Oh, I'm back up in triple digits.
Then Key Tree for the last of the bunny.
I guess yeah, I'll just take that.
Well, with
Okay.
that.
And we'll call
Figure
that
that
down. I
out.
can delete that symbol. All right, Galatar, you go and you kick the door. You got your blade at the ready. And you said it was 16?
60 minus 1 for a 15, yeah.
Yeah, your foot slams into this door, and it's a heavy wood door with like iron banding, and and it does not budge.
So what are we doing?
Are we still in?
Should I get
If-
out the
it-
Alexa sack?
He's real mad. If it
It
doesn't
would probably be a
budge,
good idea.
All
he'll
right.
dimension
I pull
door to
out
the other
sack.
side with his last big spell
Oh
slot.
fuck! He
Oh.
teleported. Be on the door. Call on the door. And now I'm gonna run up and I'll try and
Alright.
open the door.
I'm gonna also assist in that.
You find yourself in a very wide chamber, shaped kind of at an odd angle. There's a central area lower than the others, where a familiar red and white checker marble floor, surrounded by gray granite, kind of divides the room in half. The southern wall has a 10-foot deep alcove with another large stone face in relief, inside of which is a utterly black void of inky darkness. To either side of this lower floor are steps that lead up to platforms 5 feet above floor level that take up the western and the northeastern corners of the room. On each of these raised platforms, you see a small, or about a 5-foot diameter wooden circular table with various sharp, deadly implements. There are wooden stocks where you would, with like the hole for someone's head and hands, where you would like put someone in prison in like Pilgrim days. There are spikes in the floor with chains and manacles at the end, and there are metal bars on the walls with chains dangling from them. Several of these on either side have dried blood stains underneath or about them. Kala and Alexa, as you walk up, you grab the door handle and try to open it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Step back. Might be trapped.
It is unlocked,
Oh,
and
thank
you
God.
open it to find Galatar standing in this space looking around.
Is he still invisible?
Oh, I guess, yeah, you wouldn't
Well-
see that.
I was saying, well, I guess if the unicorn's gone and that was a minute.
He would have had 3 more turns from the time that the thing ended.
Okay.
So this would have been the first turn after that his movement would have gotten him here.
So
So
he's
the
now
unicorn
longer
doesn't
invisible.
have to leave if you want it to stay.
Well,
It's 100 gold value per
Per
minute.
minute.
yeah,
It's not
I
going to
was-
charge you that exactly, but
No, it wasn't. If Galatar's just gonna keep running away, and it's like, this dude's not letting me help him, it's gonna leave. Kitri will go up and like pat the unicorn and
that's a little bit.
yeah, and give it its what does it want?
Sugar cube.
You have a brief vision of the grove. And within the grove, there is a space where newly blossomed young Sylvari are met by menders and teachers and guides to help them acclimatize to the new world, and you get the feeling that it wants you to go there at some point.
Okay.
right now. Drop everything.
Do some volunteer work at the Grove to help newly born Solari.
Okay.
And as it leaves, it exhales, and you catch the scent of its breath, and it is the delightful, pungent fragrance of wet earth and flowering blooms of your home. And it vanishes.
So is Galatar still invisible?
For 12 more seconds.
Yeah,
All
and the
right,
moment
so-
he sees that the confessor's not in that room, he'd turn around and
He
walk
has
to the
to
next
walk
room.
past me to get there, and I'm gonna try to sack over his head as he goes.
Cool.
I was gonna say something.
How do we roll? What do we roll?
That would be
And he's
a
got to walk through me and Alexa to get to where he is right now.
True.
so you can't pass through them if they're not allowing it. But as
Oh.
as an attempt to, because you can't just like normally walk through a hostile creature space like that unless you try to
Okay.
like push them aside or.
Well, no, if they tried to stop him, he has one misty step left. If they like physically just get in his way. But if she puts a bag over his head, then he can't misty step. So she should try to resolve that first, I guess.
We'll just treat it like a grapple, I guess.
Okay.
Kala, make
So-
your athletics check.
Is that with disadvantage because of
Can I give her any kind of
invisibility
advantage?
or
'Cause
no?
I am
Yes.
there and I do see him.
You, I think, would not be able to help
Ooh.
on this because it's hard enough to put a bag over somebody's head.
Well, no, I'm pointing it out though. I'm saying he's right there. He's coming. He's walking.
Uh-huh.
She knows where he is. Yeah,
Okay.
but I
That
wouldn't give this
is-
because it would normally be a disadvantage because to do something that specific would be more difficult.
I get.
That
Okay, I understand.
is a 25.
So yeah, you're trying to put a bag on an
Mm.
invisible creature. And yeah, so both of you feel him approaching, and they go to try to stop you.
Okay. Well, if they physically stand in his way, then he'll just misty step to the next door and try it.
What are you doing? Are you kicking this one?
No, this one I'll try the hand of.
Okay, this does have a handle. As you grab it and twist and pull, it is locked solid.
Ooh. Can I try and cut at the lock?
It's not like an external lock. It's like an in the door lock.
Hmm.
You could try to just break the door, like attack.
Can I
Okay,
roll
I'll try
like
and attack
a
the door.
Can I try to make some roll like
Does a 19?
from an outside perspective? Galatar is acting unusually. Can I try to discern whether this is just like pure rage or whether this is some like influence that can be dispelled?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Does 9 points of piercing damage and 12 points of fire damage do anything to the door?
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
You and Kala and Alexa have done a couple things, and Birdie has not yet had a turn to act.
Okay. Sure.
It's 20. I would say, Galatar, are you acting this way because you are compelled, or is this just your natural reaction to the beliefs that you currently believe?
Well, yeah, I think he just feels very singularly focused on the whole whether or not Roland's a traitor and on the fact that he keeps seeing these visions. And you said that we felt angry, and since Galatar can not incite things, I assume he feels like it's his own anger.
So
too.
no. This is definitely not. You do not feel
Mm.
angry. You
Mhm.
feel anger, like as an external thing from the confessor. Like
Feel
you
someone
know
else's
that's coming
anger.
from the confessor.
And you said that Galatar, after the one insight check, felt despair.
Despair.
Yeah. So yeah, he's definitely just singularly focused on what he's trying to do, which is kill the confessor and grab Roland.
I would say with a 20 insight, then, you've all been through some really weird shit, and you know there's some kind of mental manipulation shit going on, but he seems to just be really quiet and very upset. But it doesn't
Galatar-
seem like he's being controlled.
Okay.
Okay.
Galatar, I know you're upset, but he is in your head right now. He is winning. Okay, take a second before you just burst in here and get somebody killed. Acting rashly is exactly what he wants you to do.
Should have been acting rashly more often. He's fucking got Roland. And Roland, as it turns out, is on his side, Bertie. I've already seen it. I know it's true.
Galatar, do you want me to make you see something in your head right now?
Bertie, I know
That's
it's
not
true.
special.
Galatar believes it's true, right? You said that he just completely, yeah. So he
Galatar,
believes
there
it's true.
are ways that I know that you can make somebody believe something other than what he's shown you. What evidence do you have of this?
Bertie,
Other
I've
than what the
seen it.
bad guy has shown you.
I've seen it. I can feel it. I know it to be true. It all lines up. It makes sense. It's the only way that this could have happened is if there was somebody on the inside, and the only person that it could possibly have been is Roland. And I've seen it. I've seen him help the confessor. I've seen it. I've heard his voice. I've talked to him. He's behind this door to the south. The guy said he was behind one of these doors. I can get in there and I can kill this man. And maybe by some miracle, I can keep Roland from dying too. But if he doesn't, then he'll die by my hand and no one else's.
Galatar, I'm saying if you do this by yourself, like you're doing right now, you will die.
Is Galatar visible?
At this point,
Probably about this point, yeah.
Galatar,
Fucking got him. Stalled him. Get him. Grab him. Go on.
Dog pile.
said he was at the bastion of the penitent. We don't even think that isn't necessarily even here.
I know you want to get to where you're going, but there are so many steps we have to take before we get there. This is not helping.
Can I
And
walk?
that guy was just some sort of lackey. He said he didn't even know where the confessor goes.
He said that the confessor's office was this way. And right there's a torture chamber. He's got to be here.
The confessor himself told us he's in the bastion of the penitent. Right now, we're in the stronghold of the fucking faithful.
Can I walk up to Galatar and put my hands on his shoulders and just look at him? Galatar, let's take a minute. I know what it's like to lose a family member to something that's not good. And if you're right, you're right. And we will do whatever we need, but we can't barge in without knowing what's going on. And I want to wrap him in a hug.
It's really sweet. I think Galatar would cry.
Kitru will come up and turn it into a group hug.
You're gonna come back, buddy. But you are playing into his hands. Bertie's right.
I saw Roland there. I saw him helping the confessor, and I know it's true. And how could he have done this to me, to Burkhardt, to all of them? And all the people that have died. It's Roland's fault.
You gotta learn to compartmentalize.
Bury that away somewhere else.
Yeah,
Bertie's
it's irrelevant right now. It doesn't matter. Completely irrelevant. Who
And
cares?
Galatar,
Who's helping who? You don't run off, disappearing into rooms and getting yourself killed.
and I know you know that this is true, and I know you've seen it, but as somebody who specializes in magic that will make people see shit and make people believe shit, I'm telling you, that might not be true.
He's right, Gally.
I can change people's memories so that they absolutely know something happened to them.
This is the exact type of thing the confessor would want you to believe. That someone close to you has turned into someone that you don't believe them to be.
During all this, have we heard the confessor's voice at all since that last message, or no?
At this point, no. You all still feel the that sensation like you're being watched.
And I still feel like somebody's looking through my eyes.
You do. It's an eerie sensation. Now, the counsel of your friends might not change what you believe, because there's been no hard evidence to convince you otherwise.
Yeah,
but
no, I think he would stand down at
react
this
to
point.
that is, yeah.
Can Kitri reach out and cast Greater Restoration on Galatar?
Sexy.
From the Necklace of Prayer Beads, trying to get rid of, I guess, maybe that feeling of being washed or anything that's like unnerving Galatar?
How?
Greater Restoration.
Greater restoration.
From the,
From the
prayer bead.
necklace of prayer beads. It's a 5th level.
So I would say that Bertie, with his insight check, he knows that this is not control.
Okay.
Yeah, like he's not.
Right, he's not charmed, he's not
Yeah,
cursed.
cursed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is something that's wrong with me. I can feel somebody looking out from my
Yeah,
eyes.
Making stupid choices. I mean,
There
Yeah.
is something going
something real wrong with.
on. Roland has betrayed us. There is somebody looking through my eyes. There is some sort of magic going on here. I don't
Mm.
know
And
what
so,
it is, but the quicker that we
for
end this,
right
the
now,
quicker we can get out of here.
you've acknowledged that you feel somebody messing in your head, and as an adventurer, as a warrior, that's when you need to know, don't trust these instincts. Trust on the people around me whose head is not fucking spaghetti right now.
And with that knowledge, can Keetree go ahead and try to cast it if
So,
someone's trying to like look
As
through
you
his
guys
eyes?
are convincing Galantar of these things, you feel this sensation, Galantar, like there is another mind inside your own, sensing through your senses and tracking your thoughts. You can, if you so choose, attempt to break that psychic link.
Yes. It says, I
Does
imbue
it
a
fi-
creature you touch with positive energy to undo a debilitating effect.
Does
What?
I
the
mean, Galatar can try,
does it
right?
feel-
Galantar
Galantar
try
can
this.
try.
Yeah.
does it feel ominous or not? Do I have a
I
sense
would
of if it's
say
ominous?
yes.
If okay,
Yeah.
then yeah, I guess I'll try to break it. What do I have to
You
roll?
make a charisma saving throw.
Oh God.
So fucking good. At
I
that.
really cannot though. Okay, well maybe it'll be something high. That's 5 minus 1.
You pull your focus inward and try to wrench your consciousness away from whatever this alien presence is, and it's just tenacious. It's not harming you. It's just present and you feel it, and it's this constant sort of quiet whispering in the back of your mind. It's unsettling, but it doesn't seem to be doing you any active harm.
No, I think it would be, yeah, I think it would really bother him. So I think at that point, realizing he can't really get out of it, I think he'd probably grab his head. And I won't scream because we're using mics, but would
Thank
just
you.
like yell, "Get out of my head," very loudly.
Okay.
Because for somebody that does all of their thinking and is like very intelligence based, not being able to control your own thoughts seems very unnerving.
Yeah. Yeah, at that point, you all just hear the mocking laughter. I think not, child. It is not so easy to throw off the yoke of the Eye of Janthir.
At least he didn't bite me this time. I mean, that's an improvement.
That is better.
I completely forgot about that. Long time ago.
Let's see if we can't find.
I say open this door and
No.
we blast whatever's inside.
Yeah, there's a
Paula?
door there. There's a door here.
I can, yeah. You guys should probably step back.
Yep. Big bet, Chief.
Sabrina's
Big
still
bet.
the arm on Galatar's shoulder. Just
And so help me God, Galatar, if you start doing this shit again, I will sit you down.
We're a team,
So-
Gally. You don't have to leave us behind.
You're gonna try to pick the lock?
Pick the lock. I'm gonna check for traps first.
Okay. Make an investigation check or a perception check.
Check your spots if that's where you
Ryan,
want to
may
be.
I ask you a question? How does one spell Janthir?
Janthir.
Damn it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, nailed
And
it
in answer to your
first
earlier
try.
question, no, the strike against the door was not enough to break it open.
Well, I don't know if
I've
he even
also-
got to take that strike because of the
Yeah.
whole conversation thing, so I wasn't gonna.
Yeah, it does not appear to be trapped. I will say that as you're running your hands along it and checking it, poking your tools in to see if there are any hidden triggers, you do get a faint thrumming sensation.
Oh, wait. I may out of energy, but I can cast detect magic at will through my robe. I throw
Yes,
up
you
detect
can.
magic. is the door?
The door itself does not emanate magic, but you
Okay.
get a sense of incredibly potent magic on the other side.
Oh, just so I'm just
Before we go in,
something real bad on the other side of that door.
before
I
we
will
go
ready
in,
a firebolt for fucking anything. Fire first, ask questions later.
okay. Alexa, do you need anything? Like, I'll be honest, I have a lot of things. If you would like a thing for use in combat, I know you're tired. I have a flamethrower,
No,
gem of
I've got
brightness, a
plenty
Surin
of
wrist rocket.
spells I'm familiar with.
All right, let's do it.
I will say I didn't point this out, but Galatar, when you were standing in the dungeon, the torture chamber, there is a door on the far wall in the southeast corner.
Oh yeah, I did not clock that.
Sorry, it was down here in this corner.
It's okay. I don't think Galatar would have clocked it honestly either. So.
And there are more of those dark veiled portals.
There was one on the south wall of that room right here.
Guys,
We'll throw a dead body in one. We'll throw a dead body in one. It's fine.
Okay. All right.
I just want to know what to do.
Is everybody ready for this? Or
Fuck yeah.
I'm ready.
Yes, let's buggy.
all right.
Make your thieves tools check. 24.
Yeah.
You watch as Kala works with this door, and it takes several seconds. The lock is very complex. But eventually, there is that familiar and the doors kind of pulse a little bit as the air changes and they are no longer held in place. The first thing you notice is that even just through the slightest crack, there is a bright, pulsating glow coming from inside this chamber.
Can we take like a very quick break?
Let's take a 5-minute bio break real quick.
Before we start
man.
round two.
Right at the good part.
Yeah.
I need water.
Phone call coming in.
All good.
Recording resumed. So you see this line of glowing, pulsing light as the door kind of cracks open just a tad. I'm assuming you open it.
Yeah, that's what everybody wants. I open the door.
All right. So as you open this door, you find a decent-sized chamber. Again, the floor, a red and white checkerboard tile of big marble slabs bordered by dull gray granite. On the west wall, you see two of the stone faces with the black inky voids in their mouths. You also see similar stone faces on the north wall and the south wall. Directly in the center of the room, however, is what truly catches your eye. A large, hulking figure of semi-transparent purple jade, floating several feet above a glowing, pulsing glyph on the floor, suspended in a shaft of dim, wavering light that spans from glyph to ceiling. It has two long, hanging jade arms that end in terrible, sharp points. It has no legs or feet to speak of. It just hovers, but it is vaguely humanoid-ish in proportion and shape, but towering about 10 feet high, and it just floats there, slowly rotating in place. And every now and then
Close the
you
door,
see
close the door, close the
a
door.
pulse and a little of magical energy that stabs downward towards the glyph on the floor. But
Maybe
it
we
does not
just-
appear to acknowledge the door opening or being unlocked.
Okay,
it's just
never
rotating
mind. Fuck
slowly.
that. That's not a racist human. We don't need to
Close the
fuck
door.
with that.
I
Mhm.
don't know that that's
Guys,
gonna work.
we gotta figure out what these void things are for. There's so many of them. They
There's
gotta be
one
for
in this
something.
torture chamber down here. Just throw something in it, Birdie. Just go throw something in it.
If I just close this
Well-
door, does anything happen?
I opened it on the map. No, as you push the door to, it just kind of closes and latches. It's not locked, but the latch kind of catches and the door is shut. You can just see this kind of pulsing glow. But no, nothing happens.
So
That wasn't his office. It must be the room across
just
the hall.
walk away.
Yeah,
Maybe
if I
take
say
a little rest.
Fuck that one.
I think
Rest.
take a little rest. Try and figure out what these void things are, because there's so many. You can't tell me they're not for something. They're not just here at random.
Would
They've got to be
we
for something.
have any idea what those are for, having seen them around and then in this room?
Oh, these are really weird. This is very unusual stuff.
Okay.
Alexa or Kitri, can either of you hear anything on the door across the hall?
I'll put my ear
I'll let
to
Alexa do it. I'll give her guidance.
it. Yeah.
You don't hear anything as you lean your ear against it. You can make a perception check if you want.
I think, is this going to... It did. Okay, good. This is a normal roll because I am not using eyeballs.
You don't hear anything, and this one does not pulse with arcane power. It's just quiet.
Doesn't seem to be any magic, and it's fairly quiet.
Supposedly
forgot.
one of these is the confessor's office.
Do you think he was trying to make a weird joke about the torture chamber?
We said that the
I don't
confessor's
think he was
quarters.
joking.
Oh.
Quarters.
Confessor's quarters, sorry.
Oh, wow.
Do we want to open this door and then see what's inside? And if, honestly though, what if these portals could like help us, getting into a pinch, like knowing that there's something there that we can use might be good in case we, walk in on the confessor and are fighting him and there are all these portals around everywhere and we don't know what they're for.
If you give me 10 minutes, I could try to identify one, I guess.
That would be,
Could
that would be
go find one
super
of those
helpful.
archers and ask, or throw one of them through.
There are a plethora of dead bodies in the hallway.
Yeah, we could try and grab a body.
That's what I said. Just
Well,
stick
yeah.
my arm in it.
Yeah, but I mean,
Bring
it's
the-
already dead. So
Why don't you see if that's the confessor's quarters, and if it is, maybe he's got something there we can read.
Well, let's maybe we do the portals before we go in here because it could be applicable.
But it might tell us what the portals are. I don't know.
just send the owl in.
Yeah, send Nebu in, Galatar.
Okay. Well, I'll Banffy Boo into the room and look through his eyes.
Into the
You mean into the room
Yeah.
over here behind the door?
Yeah,
Not what I
into that
meant.
room.
not what we
You
meant at
find
all.
a long, ornate dining table with like 12 chairs around it, in a beautifully established room with like tapestries hanging from every wall. There's a narrow corridor on the north wall with a narrow door at the end of it, and across the room on the other side of this big, massive dining table is another closed door.
It's just a dining room.
Can you send Nebo into the
Into the
void?
gaping maw.
Wait, you want me to kill my owl?
Nobody said to
I
kill.
thought it
Whoa,
could.
whoa.
I thought it couldn't die. I
Who
thought it
said
wasn't
Well, I
a
mean,
real
I can
owl.
bring him
It-
back. It doesn't mean that he's not a creature I care about. Jesus.
We're not going to kill him. I honestly think it's like a little teleportation thing.
Running
Why
off,
don't you
risking
try it
everybody's
with a
life.
rock or a dead body or
Oh,
something
not
first?
the owl. That's too far. Too far.
Yeah, it is.
All right, you know what? I'm going into the torture chamber, and I'm gonna take.
Have fun.
Nobody talk to me. I'm going into my torture chamber.
All right, I'm gonna stand in front of this thing.
Also, you probably
see
noticed the
that
door
there-
down here.
Yeah, there's a big statue there with the carved face and the black void. There's a door in the corner to the southeast, and there are two tables on the raised platforms. Those are 5 feet above floor level, and they have various sharp implements on them.
Hold on.
Couple
Hold
of
on.
them
Don't
look like
touch it yet.
Fun
I'm not gonna
house.
touch it. I'm not gonna
You
touch
can't
it.
really see like
I'll-
on top of the tables well, but there are a couple of vials up there, and what looks like maybe an open book on one.
I
Can I
have.
grab a knife off this table and just in the portal thing, the mouth.
Simple enough. Yeah.
Just throw it in there, see what happens.
So as you walk up, you see that table on the western section of the room, it's got like a pair of steel tongs and a couple of jagged daggers. One is like perfectly smooth and razor sharp. The other one has serrated edge with a hooked end.
I'll
So
take
some
the
pretty
tongs.
nasty stuff.
Those
And there
are
are-
useless. I'll take the tongs and try to like throw them in there.
There are also 2 vials sitting on top of it that are familiar to you as basic healing potions.
Hey,
Acting.
Now that
y'all
you're
keep
closer, you
your
see like the familiar
I'll just
red
take 'em.
liquid.
Yeah.
Throw shit in the
Yeah,
void.
you guys watch as she picks up one of these daggers, just like flips it over in her hand and chucks it at the
tongs, if I can.
Oh, the
The
tongs.
tongs.
Okay, you probably have to get
The
a little
daggers sounded
closer.
interesting, so
Yeah, exactly.
Probably have to take the tongs a little closer because it's not as
All right.
artful a weapon to throw. But yeah, so she gets up close and chucks these tongs in, and you watch as they tumble through the air, and as they hit the plane of this black void, there's just a shearing, and bits of the metal just disintegrate, and eventually it passes through and it's gone. It
Garbage
just
disposal.
vanishes.
Yeah, Bertie, I don't think that's a teleportation
Yeah.
portal.
Why
Oh,
are
it
they?
is.
Why are they everywhere? They're literally like every hallway has. What?
They're
Why? It's great garbage
Crazy.
collection.
cultists, they just push people in for fun. I don't know.
Like you'd think one or two would do it, you know?
Recycle
What's
it?
that door in the corner, though?
I don't
Can
know.
I just grab like the daggers here and anything here that looks interesting and just
On the other table,
both tables? Yeah, both set like the daggers on that table.
so you can certainly have grabbed the daggers that are on the table
Okay.
to the left. You know, there is, if anyone else wants to be in the space investigating, there is another table on the opposite side of the room, and you can make your way there.
Yeah, I'll take a look at this table up here. Looking for notes on I don't know. I did any kind of information really. But if there's something it's like big black portals are X, you know, that's a big red flag for me.
Big black pill portal.
So
The
as
big
you
BP.
as you get closer to this, you too can see like on the wall to the north there are chains and a set of stocks and more like manacles chained to the floor and stains of long dried blood.
Yeah.
It seems like this room gets a lot of use and has over time.
Gross.
As you approach the table, you notice there are several things kind of scattered about. There is a bundle of what looks like dried herbs.
Oh, I'll take
There
that.
is a cluster of red-capped mushrooms. There is a large vial.
Is it filled of something or just empty?
As you pick it up and shake it, it is indeed filled with something.
Can I
Yeah?
give a little just to see what that is? You said
Take
red
a-
capped mushrooms?
Red-capped mushrooms. You take a little taste, and immediately there's this acrid, toxic sensation, and you start spitting it out. And for a moment, your eyes grow fuzzy, and you realize this is a poison of some type,
Oh,
likely used to interrogate prisoners.
interesting. I'll hold on to that.
Just
Poison.
beside that is a very ornate dagger with a green leather grip laying on the table, next to a thin red leather bound book.
Is anything magical? As I walk
The
past it
dagger
towards
is
the-
magical.
I'll say that just over. Like I don't look at it because I'm looking at the door, but of course I can see it. And I point.
Yeah,
That
just point.
dagger is magical.
Paula, we found a knife.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what those herbs are? Or you can take a chance?
Do they look like sage?
They're not sage.
Can I look and see what it is?
Yeah, I'll give them the call. I'll see what she knows.
Make a medicine check.
They are not sage.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are very rare, exotic herbs used to make very unusual toxins.
Yeah, don't eat that.
Oh.
That makes poison.
Do you know what this poison is, Carla?
I recognize the poison.
It made my eyes do a fuzzy.
Make an intelligence check, and you're proficient with the poisoner's kit, right?
Yeah.
So add your proficiency.
Okay. That'll be a 26.
Yeah. Nat 20.
You can determine, based on Birdie's
Oh,
feedback.
25. Sorry.
You can determine, based on Birdie's feedback in that roll, that the poison in the vial, it's not like, you don't know the scientific name, but you know that on the street they call that malice. And it is an expensive poison that can blind its target.
That is a great name for a poison,
Okay.
for the record.
I will be holding on to that.
Do I know? Oh, okay. It's an inhaled poison. Do I know that, or?
Yeah. So it's in liquid state in the vial.
Oh.
But as you pop it and like shake it up, it sort of like fizzes out like a
Aerosol.
pop can, and there's just this gas that is released. And I think it gives you
5-foot cube.
5-foot cube.
Is this in
Oh.
D&D Beyond that I can add?
Yes.
Malice in oh, cool.
So do you throw this, or
You can if it
throw
shatters
the bottle,
the.
or?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very cool. Okay, cool. Can I also flip through this book, see if anything catches my eye
Yeah.
in terms of what's in here?
Kala, you also, with that high roll, as he is going through this stuff, you recognize that the bundle of dried herbs, it has a very specific, almost metallic smell. As you kind of like rub the leaves, those are also able to create a poison that you would inhale by burning those, and that is burnt othar fumes.
Okay, but they're not that yet. You'd have to make it.
Correct. Yeah, you would know that you can use them to make it.
All right. So I can use those herbs to make another poison.
Yeah, take them.
Yeah. Okay.
And Birdie, you start thumbing through the book. The first thing that catches your eye is an entry dated about 8 months ago. And it describes a captive that the White Mantle had acquired near a camp outside of Ebonhawk. Pretty vague on the details of where the camp is, but you gather it's probably the camp you cleared out. It lists several different poisons and enhanced interrogation techniques used to wring information out of them, and kind of registers the distress of the writer at the fact that he can't get the names of the agent's accomplices.
Okay, so this would indicate Galtar's dad, right?
No, this is 8 months ago.
Oh, 8 months ago. Gotcha. Captive. Okay, from that.
You guys had heard in the past of agents going missing and being captured.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. My bad. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. And Alexa, you're down looking at the door.
Yes, I'm taking notes. Yes, I'll do. Yeah, if I can listen in on it again, that would be.
Yeah. As you take a moment, you don't hear anything. It's totally quiet beyond.
And no magicals. Quiet and non-magical.
Well, do we want to go through the dining room or the torture chamber?
He seems like the kind of guy whose bedroom would be next to the torture chamber, I think, instead of the
That's
food.
Kind of what I was thinking.
All right. Well, let me get
Kind of gives off that vibe.
the rest of the group here. Hey everyone, we found some stuff in here. I think there's a door we want to try if you're game.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. It smells like pee, so just be aware.
Is it you?
No, Brina, it's not me. Gross.
Birdie smells like flowers.
That's right. Well, I smell like flowers and sage, obviously.
Oh, this room is fucked up.
Okay.
I'll check this for traps and see if it's locked.
Okay. Perception check.
Also, don't touch the black voids. They're like
Not
shredders.
Okay. Locked.
Arcane paper shredders.
No, as you reach out and try the handle, it turns.
All right. Ready?
Ready?
Firebolt ready.
Inquest
All right,
Persuader
open
at
it.
the door.
Door opens. You find a wide chamber with a floor of polished white marble. On the far west side, there is a large puddle of recently drying blood right next to a 10-foot wide pit in the floor that just
Oh,
descends into darkness.
Well, testicle.
On the south wall, there is a bookshelf, and slightly to the left, there's an alcove, a little setback with another bookshelf and a small reading table with a plush red velvet chair and what looks like a bottle of wine.
Oh,
Just behind that, kind of nestled in a corner, is a small round table with what looks like a glass or crystal sphere on a little steel holder. Just next to that, at the eastern wall, is a curved wall, seemingly the outer wall of a tower, with a large door set into it. And as you kind of enter the space, you see that there are more doors immediately to your left along the north wall.
interesting.
Okay.
not
Paula, what vintage is the wine?
It's
It's going to tell a lot about. It's going to tell a lot about who lives here.
The wine. It's on this table.
Yeah.
I'm testing Ryan's DM notes here.
I had a note about it.
Just a fucking pit in the floor. Oh my god!
Right,
They got
that's what
shredders. They got pits. They're this is
I
like
love the
Norway in terms of waste management. They're so efficient.
love the reading
They
notes.
import other
Reading
countries.
by the void. It's good stuff.
Yeah, this particular bottle of wine is a 6-year-old Merlot. And the label on it says Beetleton's Best.
I think
That's-
it
that's
sounds like
that's
it's made out of beetles. I don't know if you want to try that or not.
Middleton's Best is a mass market wine company. I wouldn't. That's
Is
whoever.
Beetleton where the legate minister's thing is?
Yeah, Minister Codicus Beetlestone is the legate minister who represents the township of Beetleton.
Beetlejuice?
Beetleton's Best is the wine for
Oh,
people who want to
there is
seem like they
also,
have class.
Over here, kind of tucked away in the corner in the shadows, is a
Mm.
wine rack with more
All right.
bottles.
Is it more of the same, or is it like?
It's a variety. As you kind of turn a couple, there are some Beetleton's Best. There's some Eldvin, 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 Eldvin Monastery. It's a well-known brewery in the center of Queensdale district, near Divinity's Reach, but not in town.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Shaymore Shiraz, a little dessert wine from the village of Shaymore. I do what I can.
I just take some. I don't know.
Oh, it's not good wine, Carla. It's like
they're decent vintage. It's not like $1,000 bottle wine.
I wouldn't drink
palatable.
that. I wouldn't drink that swill. That's wine for people who want to seem expensive, but really, are they?
What's in the
No.
hole?
So you go and look down in the hole, and it descends into darkness, but you can just make out about 30 feet down. There is just a cluster of old, rotted cloth and bone.
Yep, curiosity is always fun. Sometimes regretful. And I walk away.
I'll come over here. I want to look at this crystal ball. If I can.
Yeah, it is pristine. It is a perfect crystal sphere.
Is there any, if I look into it, is there like any, you know, is it a seeing orb into anything, or is it just a fine orb?
As you look into it, at first nothing. As you kind of focus your attention, there is a slight flicker of magic within it, as though it's waiting.
Show me the confessor.
Ooh.
Your vision immediately tunnels, and things around you go kind of dark, and then you are thrown back into your own mind.
Ah,
It sucked.
show me Galatar Goodkin.
Hang on a minute.
You probably
Let's
can't
see
do
what
it.
the
He's-
rules are here.
Like right there.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bertie.
shut the hell up, Carla.
Is he?
He's a fake.
Simulacrum!
Galatar's in Chicago.
You again, your vision kind of tunnels for a moment, and then you are forcefully kind of rejected back into your own mind.
Interesting.
Are you having fun over there, Birdie?
Show me Inspector Ellen. Show
No.
me Joe. Show me Joban.
Bertie, nobody likes a peeping Tom.
What are you?
Shh, go away. You don't
Your
have to.
vision goes totally black for a moment. And then the scene, you are standing in what you assume is Oban's boudoir. There is an ornate bed,
Oh no.
rich velvet sheets, drapes hanging all around the room in bright crimson and like stark greens and blues and purples. And standing about 10 feet away from you is Joban, standing in front of a full-length mirror, throwing one end of a scarf over his shoulder and kind of looking at himself. My. Rather becoming. Yes, I shall be the belle of the ball. I think I'll take two. Thank you very much. And he seems to be speaking with someone who is, got like a measuring tape draped around them, with
Yeah.
spectacles on their nose.
Okay. And then I'll
Oh
try
my
to.
God.
Oh, all right, I'm done here. And
Birdie, I can tell that's magical. What were you?
as Barry's like, I don't know. This seems really important, guys. I think there are clues here. And he's gonna pick up the crystal ball and try and hold on to it.
God damn it.
I do think, however, that where we currently are is shrouded from divination magic. This appears to be some kind of orb of scrying. I was able to see Joban. He was buying a very nice scarf. I couldn't see Galatar though, or the Confessor, which makes me think we're under some kind of protection.
It makes sense. I couldn't scry on either the legate minister or my father lately. So
That's an interesting question. Show me the legate minister.
Your vision tunnels for a moment, and then you are thrown back into your own
How many
mind.
times does this fucking work?
All
I
right.
don't know, but I love it.
It is a crystal ball. Very rare item, 6 inches in diameter. While touching it, you can cast the scrying spell.
Period.
Period.
That's the
Period.
worst thing for you
Wow.
to have, Birdie. Just
DC
Terrible.
17.
That is, yeah,
I
that's weird.
Become a menace.
am going to hold on to this. I'm gonna hold on to this one, guys.
Can anybody use it, or you have to have magic?
You haven't
wanna
identified it
see?
yet, so you're not.
This
quite
is
sure.
this is mine. I found it. It's a crystal ball.
while
Okay, reverse
Birdie
that ball.
is doing his crystal ball thing, can I take off my I want to take off my robe of stars and put it in my backpack.
Your robe of stars? Yeah.
Cool.
Stars.
Is that what it's called?
What's
Wizard,
your robe
robes
of
of wizardry, I
Robe-
think.
Robes
like,
of
yeah,
wizardry? I don't know. They have
yeah.
stars on them.
Yeah. So
What
a,
does
a
it
robe of
do?
stars is a very specific thing. That
Yeah,
lets you cast
robes of
magic.
wizardry. You know,
illusory.
it's
Yeah,
yeah,
you can take those off.
cool.
What does it let you do?
Cast shield at a range distance 3 times per day, but it was a gift from Roland. So
Yeah.
Oh.
So which door should we try?
Ugh.
would you want me to
What's that one sound
identify
like?
those gate things that Bilty was interested in, or no?
Oh,
It looked bad. I threw metal into it and it looked like it ate the metal.
Could be
I
it
think we just
rejects
leave
inorganic
those.
matter, but I don't know.
Mm.
Kitri will make use druidcraft and make like a flower appear in her hand.
Hmm.
And she'll walk over to there's another one in here, or it's back in the torture
Yeah,
chamber.
it's in the torture
Torture room.
chamber. Just
She'll
over
go just
here.
back out to the torture chamber and toss the flower in.
Yeah, it's like throwing it into a wood chipper.
Ooh.
It hits it, and as it hits, you watch it just sort of disintegrate.
Does it just
Yeah,
look
yeah.
like an arcane field, or does it?
It is just black.
Black.
Like you get close to it, and you can kind of see there's a faint rippling, swirling to it, but it's so dark, it's almost impossible to see shape or anything else.
I think we just leave this here. I don't think that we should spend our time on this. If we're trying to go find him, let's keep
We do
moving.
need to find them. I'm just curious if you said there were multiple in that room with that jade thing, as to
Yeah.
what they actually are. There are too many of them, I would think, for them to just be a magical wood chipper per se. But I don't know.
I mean, could be deterrent. I mean, if somebody pushes you into one.
This
Maybe.
is a horrible prank. While this
I
is
just-
going on, can I glance at the
Weird.
titles of the books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see a variety of titles. There are books on gardening, tending vines. There are books on like treatises on politics, the navigation of social circles and etiquette. A couple of more mundane things, just like a traveler's guide to Divinity's Reach, or like 10 things you must do in Lion's Arch, like that, like tourist guidebooks.
We're gonna just kind of toss them off the shelf. These are boring.
Some
Are
books
we
of,
going
like
in the-
myth and legend. And,
Can we open one of the book covers and see if there's like an inscription, like a property of or a to so and so
Clever.
from?
Now you go through a couple of them, start looking, and they don't have any sort of personal notation.
Dear Legate Minister, thank you for your recent donation. Here's a copy of Herbs and Gardens in Divinity's Reach.
Thank you for your subscription to Lion's Arch Urban Garden.
full postage.
Like, they're like currently being read ones, or are they just this is a shitty foyer with the pit?
There is nothing currently sitting on the reading table near the chair.
Okay.
It's all just for show.
Well, let's go
Most
through one of
books
these
are.
doors then, maybe.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that.
I feel like
We
we're
can
getting
check-
close. This definitely feels like the.
Getting warmer.
I mean,
don't
that
need to
might
rush,
explain
though.
why
There's
he
no reason
knew
to rush. So
why he knew we were coming was this crystal ball. I can see anyone
Well,
here.
a good point. Galatar says, rest. I think we should rest here if we're gonna
we
rest.
don't need to rush.
We don't
You
want
can
to
take a
push.
rest if you
we don't
want.
want to push anymore.
I could
we
use
said we
the
were gonna
time
open one
to
door.
identify that thing too. It seems like you
The
can get
magical
near it as long
knife?
as you don't touch the black thing, and I can identify the knife.
Yeah.
You're horrible.
It's
Thank you.
fine.
Before
Not
we
that it
rest,
matters.
1 second, and I want to go to each door and like listen.
Okay, just make a perception check.
Make sure there's not something right on the other side of the
I
door
mean,
before we
fair.
rest.
Now, as you put your ear to each of these doors, you hear nothing. I would say from the door directly next to you, you hear the faint sound of crackling wood, like firewood, like a crackling fire.
Hmm.
So fireplace and nothing.
Yeah.
I
We
mean, I
should
guess
just
we could
rest.
just keep an eye on that door.
Oh, Bertie, do you mind if I see that orb real quick? I just need it for a moment, if you don't mind.
Okay,
Also
but it
vamp
is.
Ibu into the other doors if you want.
Oh, I guess I could do that. And can I use the Orb of Scrying real quick to scry on Countess Anise to see if she's like rallying troops or see if they're aware of anything that's happened or
Yeah, so you hold the orb and stare into it for a moment. Your vision starts to tunnel.
yeah, she's gonna have something over.
And for a moment, you feel almost like that elevator sinking sensation as you're casting about, and then you are returned to your own headspace.
Yep, that makes sense. I just hand it back to
Head
Birdie.
of the Shining Blade, yeah.
Yeah, should have figured as much. I'll go ahead and bamf Ibu into each of the rooms just real quick to see.
Okay. The round tower, as you sort of Ibu into the other side, you can immediately see there are several arrow slit windows that illuminate this space. There's a large fireplace on the north wall. There's an ornate white silk and linen bed on the eastern wall. There appears to be an ornately painted room divider just in front of a window with a metallic bathtub behind it on a rich red carpet. And this is all on like an elevated platform. There's like a set of stairs, wide steps that let you up. And there is you being who you are and with your skill in the arcane, you notice that there is a 10-foot wide teleportation circle.
Yeah.
It is not glowing like the others.
That door would appear to be the confessor's bedroom, but yeah, I think you would, if you want to take a short rest, there are rather nice linens available. But this other room is, no, I'll just bamf Ibu into that, because the one at the
small
top
room
is the
here.
dining hall, I'd imagine, right? Would I be able to infer that that's
The dining room is up here?
Be a
Yeah.
massive dining room.
Yeah,
Right.
it'd be
Yeah.
huge.
Could be,
Yeah.
I guess.
So there's a teeny tiny room behind this door, and as Ibu bamfs in, you
Uh-huh.
see that there is a privy and a wash basin set into the wall and a very ornate rug on the floor.
Surprised that's not the one I wanted to open first.
Uh,
and then at the top, is that the dining room or is that something else when I bamf him in there?
this is interesting.
Oh,
Oh no, no.
Here we go.
Hey, dirt.
Uh-oh.
I see. I told you all. Take a fucking
Have-
short rest.
Ibu, make a charisma saving throw.
Well, I'm gonna assume a tiny owl has now has a negative charisma modifier, but let me look.
He could roll real high.
He could.
Big
Fine.
money.
Good kid.
Big money.
Positive.
Owl 5e. Let's see. Oh, they have a -2 charisma.
Oh well, shit.
Could roll an
He could
18.
still roll real high. Yeah.
They could roll real high. Oh, it's a nat 20. So that's an
Oh.
18.
Wow.
Okay.
Nat 20 -2. That checks. Well, neither my nor my owl are capable of being charismatic.
Oh, he's taking his time on this one. I'm
I
worried.
don't
I
know
have
what
to
would
read how this
require.
works.
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Okay.
know.
You do, and you're about to be
Poor thing.
reminded because you lucked out that failed, or that succeeded.
I was gonna say 18.
Yeah, I know there's a spell that I can think of where
Not a
I
spell.
don't remember which spell it is.
So Ibu appears in this
have it.
room, and you guys watch as Galtar puts his hand on the wall for balance, and his eyes kind of go white as he sees through Ibu's eyes. Ibu sees a very long chamber left to right, east to west. A single window at the far eastern end illuminates a 10-foot wide stone dais with a large, heavy wooden chest bound with iron. On the far west wall is a solitary wooden pedestal with an ornate, thick, old tome bound in white leather with a red starburst gem on the cover. Immediately across the room, only about 20 feet away, is a tall, full-length mirror. Outlined in ornate bronze frame, and as Ibu catches his reflection, there is this momentary pull, and then he turns his head and is able to not suffer any ill effects.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Don't go in the
We've
fucking
seen,
room.
yeah, we've seen one of these.
Aside from that, the room seems to be empty.
Is that what I
God.
think it is? We've come across that before,
Quite possibly.
right? The
Yeah.
The frame is not the same.
One of
It's
our
not the
very first
same mirror.
adventures.
Right, but we've had bad luck with mirrors, you know.
but I just, because I was so long ago, I just couldn't remember if that was a charisma saving throw or not on that mirror that we dealt with before.
It was.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Request that we
Sneaky
find,
boy, right? What was that, Paige?
no request that we find a stopping point.
Maybe we
I
should
think
have
if we
with a
go
short
in the bedroom and let's take a short
Yeah.
rest and call
yeah,
it
if we're gonna
there.
take a short rest, can I just identify that thing real quick and the dagger so that I don't forget to do that next
I
time?
would like to see it.
You're gonna identify the stone carving?
Yeah, if I can get to the side of it and just put my hand like on the carving, because I'd imagine that's part of the structure itself.
So yeah. So here's what you get.
Mhm.
You guys take a short rest. I'll say with Kala, you got time to check again and again and again. Passive check. You're gonna unlock these doors. For the moment, I'll say the privy and the bedroom are unlocked. We'll leave the north door till we resume.
yes.
Yeah,
You
smart.
do find a lavishly appointed bedroom suite inside this tower. High, like 40-foot ceiling. Very well lit. And there's a small chest at the foot of this bed. The dagger is a dagger of venom. Once a day as an action, you can squeeze the handle and get some poison on the blade that does like an extra 2d10 or something on a hit. And once it deals the damage, it's done. Until like the next day. The stone face, as you're touching it to identify it, because you have to touch it as part of that spell,
Yeah.
you gather that this carving has been constructed of specific materials, one of which is crushed dust from the legendary bloodstone that in the ancient past the original races of Tyria used it to house and hide their magic from the elder dragons, and not too distant past, the White Mantle sacrificed Crichtons on it to keep the doors to other dimensions closed. Like it's a big legendary object, and fragments of it have been broken off and powdered to mix in with this cement to create this structure to bind this destructive field within it. The details of the destructive field itself, I would say you cannot get because you cannot touch them, and it itself is not part of the object.
Can I ask if I would be able, I don't know if that would work, but would I be able to make any inference about like if somebody were potentially to be sacrificed like in the space of this, if like would this kind of material be able to maybe absorb their, would it essentially do the same thing as like sacrificing somebody on top of the rock?
That is a very reasonable assumption. That while the stone itself, the larger stone of proper, doesn't seem to be here. Presumably, with your knowledge of Arcana, those raw materials in this sort of situation could be used to channel life essence for various powering of enchantments and wards and things.
Yeah.
Like how they keep the anti-scrying shit going.
Quite possibly. As an intelligent arcanist of the Asura yourself, that is a reasonable conclusion you would draw.
So this is the carving around the inky darkness?
That is housing this destructive field.
Right.
And the nature of that casing could
Interesting.
channel things destroyed there. Like if you were to sacrifice a living being, could potentially capture or redirect that energy.
They use the
Interesting.
bloodstone sacrifices to like try and bring in the Mersat before or something, weren't they? Like trying to.
The Mersat were using those sacrifices to reinforce a magical seal so that other extraplanar creatures could not come and destroy them. It
Okay.
had been prophesied that other creatures would come and put an end to the Mersat, so they were trying to keep that from happening.
Yeah.
So it happened.
Be the dicks before other people are the dicks. Gotcha.
Pretty much self-fulfilling. Yeah.
Yeah.
They killed
And
enough
then-
people that the people got mad and stopped them.
And we want to go ahead and open the chest just so we don't forget, and we can go ahead and write that down, or will that be too much to?
Oh, the chest in his room.
We can
Yeah,
start
I
with
is-
that when we
okay.
get back.
Okay,
I'll
yeah,
make-
we'll save the
There's
chest.
quite a bit of loot around here, so
Well,
we
let's-
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Why not? Let's loot before we fight the final boss, because that won't be terrible.
Calathor doesn't care about
Alright.
time anymore.
Oh, I
will
know.
Stop the recording
Yeah.
here.
Are we getting a short rest, or are we cutting where
Yes,
we're
I will say
trying
we
to get
we
a
are
short rest?
we'll cut here, but you guys get a short rest, and we will
Okay.
pick up
I was gonna say I already
resuming
clicked the button.
after you have.
Yeah, I already clicked it too.
It's
You
too
guys have a
late.
short rest.
Whether you like it or not, we're resting.